Dr. Mongkol Udkahun, Dr. Halai Segap, Dr. Hataitip Tasanapak, Dr. Pradit Nulai, and Mr. Kantanat Takuwerayut, representing the International Geoscience and Geopark Program, IGCP 700 program. A warm welcome as well to Dr. Bozian Kalafoi, a warm welcome as well to Dr. Boziani Kalofi and Dr. Pasakon Banchali from the Paleontologist Geopark, Thailand. It is a privilege to have you here at Universitas Jambi. We hope today's exchange of knowledge and ideas will broaden our scientific perspective and inspire future collaboration. The honorable guests and esteemed attendants who have the privilege to join us at this remarkable workshop today, welcome, and we wish you a joyful and enthusiastic participation in our event. I'm Anastasia, your master of ceremony for today's event. Before we begin, please allow me to remind everyone to maintain order and mutual respect throughout the workshop. Kindly ensure all mobile devices are set to silent mode. Emergency exit and general facilities are located near the entrance. With gratitude to the Almighty, whose blessing brings us together today, let us begin our workshop with the title is Palaeozoic Carbonate Build-ups in Southeast Asia, held in commemoration of the YEAR-5 Unesco project IGCP 700. To open the event, we will begin with the Indonesian national anthem Indonesia Raya, led by Miss Septi. To the Miss Septi, the time and place are pleased. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to be seated. Now, let us welcome to the Rector of Universitas Jambi, Dr. Helmi SH.MH. Dr. Halai Segap. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Rector of Universitas Jambi, Dr. Helmi SH.MH, to deliver his opening remarks. To Mr. Dr. Helmi SH.MH, pleasant time are pleased. Thank you, Sir Dr. Helmi, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a speech from the representative of Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark from Mr. Professor Dr. Mongkol Udakahun. To the Mr. Professor Dr. Mongkol Udakahun, place and time are pleased. Thank you very much for your meaningful message. Distinguished guests, we now begin the first session of our workshop featuring Dr. Mongkol Udkahun, Dr. Halai Segap, Dr. Hataitip Tasanapak, and Dr. Pradit Nulai, who will present an overview of the IGCP 700 program. To the honorable presenter, the place and time are pleased. Thank you to our esteemed speaker for the insightful presentation. Our next session will discuss about Paleozoic stratigraphy and tectonic evolution in Southeast Asia, presented by Dr. Mongkol Udakahun and Dr. Cliff Barrett. In this session, it will be moderated by our moderator, Sir Insinyur Hariwiki Utama, STMN. The honorable ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our moderator today, Mr. Insinyur Hariwiki Utama, STMN, a distinguished lecturer at the Geological Engineering Department, Universitas Jambi. Holds a bachelor degree in Geological Engineering from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran, Yogyakarta. A master's degree in Geological Engineering from Gajah Mada University, and a professional engineering qualification from the University of Jember, born in Lubuk Pinang on March 16, 1991. Mr. Wiki is widely recognized for his expertise and commitment to geological science, and he actively contributes to both academic and professional communities. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I would like to invite our moderator to lead this session. To the Mr. Hariwiki Utama, time and place are pleased.
Untuk yang presenternya yang online ini tetap dimoderatorin kan? Iya, biasanya tetap dimoderatorin. Oh, sama ini Kak, kalau discuss yang kan ada discuss ya terakhir ya. Nah, ada soal discuss Palaeozoic. Itu kan nggak ada pematerinya ya Kak, itu gimana nanti?
Itu nanti biasanya gabung, kalau diskusi itu mereka mau mikroskop.
Oh iya, jadi nanti dibilang aja suruh discuss atau nanti moderator aja yang ngarahin. Siap.
Check.
Cek 1 2 3. Oke, cek 1 2 3. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
to come to Miss Muyu with the number chat 0821827686 and 78. Thank you. Cek. Mohon izin kepada peserta yang masih ada di luar ataupun tamu yang berada di luar, boleh silakan masuk ke dalam ruangan. dikarenakan acara akan dimulai. Sekali lagi diinformasikan kepada peserta dan juga tamu yang berada di luar, silakan memasuki ruangan dikarenakan jadwal kegiatan akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, allow me to inform you about we have the limit participation in place for today's event. And for the another participant who are not available to join, could be join the online rooms. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May peace be upon us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. It is a great honor to welcome you all to workshop on Palaeozoic carbonate build-ups in Southeast Asia, held in commemoration of the YEAR-5 Unesco project Igcp 700, held by Geological Engineering Department, Science and Technology Faculty, Universitas Jambi. We extend our highest respect to the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, Mr. Dr. Andes Jeffrey Marsal, MSc DIT. To Sir Dr. Andes Jeffrey Marsal, would you stand up in front of your seat? Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey Marsal. Ladies and gentlemen, we also deeply honored by the presence of our honorable guest, Dr. Mongkol Utkahun, Dr. Haley Segap, all right, I'm sorry for these mistakes, Dr. Hataitip Tasanapak, Dr. Pradit Nulai, and Mr. Kantana Takul Wirayut. The guest is representing the International Geoscience and Geoparks Program IGCP 700 program. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome as well to Dr. Boziane Kalofi and Dr. Pasakon Bunchali, as from the Paleontologist Geopark, Thailand. It is a privilege to have you here at Universitas Jambi. We hope today's exchange of knowledge and ideas will broaden our scientific perspective and inspire future collaboration. The honorable guests and esteemed attendees who have the privilege to join us at this remarkable workshop today, welcome, and we wish you a joyful and enthusiastic participation in our event. I'm Anastasia, your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Before we begin, please allow me to remind everyone to maintain order and mutual respect throughout this workshop. Kindly ensure all mobile devices are set to silent mode. The emergency exits and general facilities are located near the entrance. With gratitude to the Almighty, whose blessings bring us together today, let us begin our workshop with the title is Palaeozoic carbonate build-ups in Southeast Asia, held in commemoration of the YEAR-5 UNESCO project Igcp 700. To open this event, we will begin with the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, led by Miss Septi. To the Miss Septi, time and place are pleased. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to be seated. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Dean of Science and Technology Faculty, Mr. Dr. Andes Jeffrey Marzal, MSc DIT, to opening the remarks of our event. To the Dr. Andes Jeffrey Marzal, MSc DIT, time and place are pleased.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, organizers, colleagues and researchers. On behalf of Faculty of Science and Technology, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all on Palaeozoic Carbonate built up in the Southeast Asia 2025. This workshop brings together scientists and experts to explore the geological history and significance of Palaeozoic carbonate formation in our region. These ancient structures not only hold scientific value, but also have implication to natural resources, environmental understanding, and academic collaboration. I hope this event will spark inspiring discussion, strengthen academic value, and lead a new research possibilities across institutions and countries. Thank you for all organizers, speakers, and participants for making this event possible. I wish you to have a productive and insight workshop. In the name of Allah, I officially open this workshop. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sir Dr. Helmi, for your inspiring words. All the happiest participants, we will hear a speech from the representative of Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark, Mr. Professor Dr. Mongkol Utkahun. To the Mr. Professor Dr. Mongkol Utkahun, pleasant time are pleased.
On behalf of Mahasakam University and YEAR-5 Carbonate Build-up in Southeast Asia, we thank University of Jambi and Merangin Jambi, UNESCO Global Geopark, and other colleagues from Indonesia as well to allow us to have this event happen today, and of course field trip to Unesco as well. So today we will share our experience on our study, especially basic geology, stratigraphy, paleontology, and correlation in Southeast Asia. This is a good time to be here in Indonesia because most of us never been here before. This is good opportunity for us. Especially, we would like to thank Dr. Agus again for allowing us to have activity in the Merangin Jambi Geopark. So yeah, we hope today we will share our knowledge, and we are open for discussion and future cooperation, which is very important for our future networking and working together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will invite Mr. Agus to give a speech for these events today. For the Mr. Agus, the time and place are pleased.
Translate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan sambutan pembukaan dalam bahasa Indonesia, karena sesuai dengan amanah undang-undang ada kewajiban bahwa setiap orang Indonesia juga yang berkaitan dengan UNESCO harus menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, karena bahasa Indonesia sudah menjadi bahasa resmi UNESCO sejak tahun 2023. Yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan rekan saintek yang luar biasa, ini teman saya, kita jatuh bangun membangun geopark dan pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di Indonesia, khususnya di Provinsi Jambi. Terima kasih Pak Dekan atas dukungannya selama ini. Yang saya banggakan dan saya hormati Profesor Mongkol, sahabat baru saya. Saya punya dapat 6 sahabat lagi yang luar biasa. Ada Prof. Mongkol, Prof. Fauzin Kalofi, Hartatip, Pasakon, Dr. Pradit, Kantana, dan saya juga ada tamu dari UNESCO Global Geopark 400, ada Mas Riki ya, Jayus, silakan berdiri Mas Jayus. Dan Mas Riki, UNESCO Global Geopark 400 ini berada di Pulau Kalimantan di Indonesia Tengah, dan hari ini hadir bersama kita dalam rangka mengikuti workshop. Terima kasih sudah berkenan hadir, kawan-kawan. Yang berarti ada juga Ibu Ulan dari Sekolah Alam Depok yang luar biasa. Nah, kita juga akan rencana akan mengembangkan sekolah alam di Geopark Merangin Jambi. Mohon dukungan nih Pak Dekan. Yang saya banggakan dan saya terus kita harapkan menjadi generasi penerus dalam pengembangan pengetahuan, teman-teman kita mahasiswa yang keren-keren di bawah binaan sahabat-sahabat saya, dekan saintek yang luar biasa, yang tangguh, ada Hari Wiki. Terus ketua penitia yang nyumput di tengah, Anggi, Bu Anggi, luar biasa. Ada Bu Lena, dan beberapa lagi teman-teman. Dan terutama juga yang saya terima kasih banyak kepada kawan-kawan saya dari BP Geopark. Alhamdulillah pada kesempatan ini kita diberikan kesempatan yang sangat baik dalam waktu yang sangat baik dalam silaturahmi dalam rangka pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan untuk kontribusi kita di dunia seperti itu. Hari ini kami bangga sekali mendapat kunjungan, kami senang sekali mendapat kunjungan dari sahabat-sahabat saya yang luar biasa. Dan pertemuan ini bukanlah yang terakhir, tapi kita akan terus berkolaborasi dalam rangka pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, terutama di bidang kegeologian dan paleontologi. Kami dari Geopark Merangin Jambi selalu terbuka untuk teman-teman kami. Kapanpun Anda datang ke Merangin, ke Jambi, kami akan menyambut dengan baik, dengan kebanggaan yang luar biasa. Terima kasih. 2 hari kemarin kami sudah dapat belajar banyak, guru pakar yang luar biasa, Prof. Mongkol, dengan penjelasan yang sangat terang dan jelas. Saya yang bukan orang geologi, tapi saya merasa bahwa apa yang disampaikan Prof. Mongkol itu luar biasa dan saya sedikit memahaminya. Karena saya orang hukum, gitu. Saya bukan geologis. Tapi kadang-kadang Prof. Mongkol saya kadang-kadang pura-pura jadi geologis. Gitu kan kawan. Ya. Untuk itu kepada adik-adik saya yang ada di depan generasi penerus bangsa ini harus betul-betul bangga dengan Indonesia yang kaya. Saya selalu katakan kepada masyarakat dunia bahwa apabila ingin melakukan penelitian geologi di Sumatera, mulailah dari Merangin. Karena Merangin adalah kunci dari evolusi bumi, ya, yang evolusi bumi, ya. Dan untuk penelitian itu stepnya akan lebih tepat dimulai dari Merangin. Gitu. Saya kira itu ya Bapak Ibu sekalian, Prof. Mongkol terima kasih banyak atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu, sahabat-sahabat saya. Nanti insya Allah saya juga akan atas undangan Jaron, kami juga saya, Kak Wiki juga akan ke Satun. Ini mungkin yang protes Kak Bang Lukman itu protes karena tidak diajak ke Satun. Gitu protes ya. Tapi kita coba nanti untuk apa. Baik, terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami sekali lagi saya bangga dan senang sekali dengan proyek ini dan insya Allah mudah-mudahan akan menjadi sumbangan dari Merangin untuk pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dunia. Terima kasih banyak. Banyak maaf. Wabillahi taufik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Thank you to Mr. Agus for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we'll discuss about Palaeozoic stratigraphy and tectonic evolution in Southeast Asia, presented by Dr. Mangkol Ukahon and Dr. Cliff Barrett. And in this session, will be moderated by our moderator, Sir Insinyur Hariwiki Utama, by Sir Insinyur Hariwiki Utama, STMN. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Insinyur Hariwiki Utama, STMN, a distinguished lecturer at the Geological Engineering Department, Universitas Jambi, holds a bachelor's degree in Geological Engineering from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, a master's degree in Geological Engineering from Gajah Mada University, and a professional engineering qualification from the University of Jember, born in Lubuk Pinang on March 16, 1991. Mr. Wiki is widely recognized for his expertise and commitment to the geological science, and he actively contributes to both academic and professional communities. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our moderator to lead this session. To the Mr. Hariwiki Utama, time and place are pleased. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will invite Dr. Zevri Marzel to come to the stage to take a photo. All of the guests and the speakers will be come to the stage right now to take the photos. The participant, you will invite to sit up.
Praise to be Allah Subhanahu wa taala, alhamdulillah, and pray to the Prophet Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time let me introduce myself. I am Riki Utama. I am a lecturer geological engineering, University of Jambi, and I also council board of Marangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark. At this time, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Jambi, Dr. Andes Jeffrey Mazal, MSc DIT, and ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable from the IUGS, IGCP 700, and Mahasarakam University, welcome in here, and I hope you enjoy for discuss until evening. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will discuss and sharing about the today field trip training in the field about the Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopard, the especially of significant international geosite, the Teluk Gedang wood fossil, Muara Karing leaf fossil, and the last of the Brachiobot black shell geosite international significant. Some outcrop exposed we find and discussed yesterday. How about the tectonic of Sumatra? How about the forest, paleoforest and paleoclimate of in Sumatra? And this time we can to discuss, we can to the sharing, we can to the construct of the tectonic of Sumatra, especially southeast of Sumatra, based on the geological data on Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopard compared to the Thailand data of geological outcrop. Okay, let us not to tell. We can hear the presentation of Dr. Mongkol. He is the expert of paleontology from Mahasarakam University, and he is also the expert from UGS. For Mr. Mongkol, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I present here? Okay, thank you. I have 10 minutes left. And I will continue my talk in the afternoon, okay? So, because after my talk, it will be the talk from China, from Professor Jin Xiaoqi from Chinese University, Chinese Academy of Science. He's secretary of APGN, Asia Pacific Geopark Network as well. So he's a very important guy. So I will not ruin his time. I will talk only 10 minutes, okay? After that, I will continue later in the afternoon, right? Okay, today I'd like to give you about overview, general information on stratigraphy and giving you the idea, the scenario on the tectonic evolution of what we have in Southeast Asia. Okay, so this is the title, and our team is me and Techip, Kantanat, and Kaiforet. Unfortunately, Kaiforet, who is one of our IGCP student rate members, he just passed away 2 months ago. Okay, I will please go to next slide. Okay, I think most of you might familiar with this maps. Okay, this is from Metcalf 2021, most recent one before he passed away. This old guy passed away nowadays. So we need your help for research work. Okay, I mean young generation will support this data for more detail in the future. Okay, now we are here in this part, west of Sumatra, terrain or blocks. Why we call block or terrain? Actually, I prefer the term terrains because they are non-genetic, okay? Non-genetic term. If you call block or anything else, it means a genetic term, zone or something. So I will use terrain because it's easy to recognize. We are here. Today I'm going to talk about Cebu Musu and Indo-China mainly. This is because in Southeast Asia, we have many blocks or terrains. Indochina, Sukhothai, Cebu Musu, West Burma, Lhasa, Xiangtang, South Xiangtang, North Xiangtang, South China, North China, Sangpan Kansi, many terrains or blocks. So this research group focus mainly in this part, Southeast Asia, as our program title. Next, please. Yeah, I think one of our colleagues sent you this slide Okay, you might get it already from the share. In Thailand, if we go into detail, in Thailand itself, it's contained Cebu Musu in the west, in the north and the west and the south of Thailand, down to northwest Malaysia, and come to Sumatra as well. This from the sequence from some island around here, but it's still controversial for our working group. This is the Indochina terrain from Sukhothai, Loi, and Korat Petro. We call composite Indochina terrains. It includes Teng Song terrain as well in Laos and Vietnam. So in Southeast Asia, it's quite complex. It's not easy to study. But each terrain has the unique geological feature, and it has a fault or suture divide between terrain. This is a definition of terrain or the concept of terrain. You can see later in more detail. Okay, I will not go into detail on this. Cebu terrain is here, as I mentioned. Actually, Cebu Musu terrain contained in Thailand, especially in Stone area, which we have Stone Geopark. It contains the oldest fossil in the Cambrian. But here in Sumatra, you don't have Cambrian. I know in my knowledge, in West Sumatra especially, you have the oldest fossil in early Carboniferous, in Vizian, right? Yeah, I understand that you know more than me. Okay, so in my idea is quite different. Why you don't have the lower sequence, or it might be different terrains. We just put question mark on that. So why we are here? We like to discuss. We like to share our current knowledge with you, and we like to have the cooperation with your team for the future research work. Okay. Yes, as you see, in Malaysia, in Northwest Malaysia, in South and West Thailand, Shan State, in Myanmar, up to Yunnan, northwest of China, we call the Baoshan terrain. So all this terrain contain lower Palaeozoic and middle Palaeozoic. It means Cambrian up to Silurian, and then we have Devonian as well. But in Sumatra, you have only Vizian, the oldest one. Why? Please, next. I give you an idea about Cebu Musu. The Cebu Musu has a special rock and rock type characteristics. We call glacial diamictite, right? You know this well, I think, because you have in eastern part of Borneo, Bangka Island something, right? You have that one, the glacial marine diamictite, right? You have that in the literature, but I've never been there before. But I've been in southern Thailand. We have a lot glacial marine diamictite. Okay, in the western part of Thailand, that is the rock, the lithophagy, the lithology that very unique because it's come from the melting of the ice, and then we have the drop stone. Okay, in the fine grain metric, in the mudstone metric. So this is a very unique characteristic of glacial sediment. And this tell us that once upon a time, this terrain used to lie around the temperate climate, but not tropical climate right today. So this is good for the paleogeographic reconstruction. So a long time ago, this terrain is not here because we have this information. Not only the rock type, we have fossil as well. This is from mid-calf. If you go to the top here, you will see this a lot of terrain here in this part. You need to know basic information like this as a geologist or a geoscience, because this basic knowledge can help you to explore natural resources or any other things, such as oil, petroleum, and mineral resources of fossil, important fossil. You see this the Simao and Indochina. This is the Cebu Musu terrain. Okay, Cebu Musu terrain here, it has this symbol. This symbol means early Permian cool water fauna and early Permian glacial zeolite or glacial sediment. So this is the cold water. In the past, during the early Permian, this part belonged to the southern hemisphere, next to the Australia. Okay, so different fauna, different rock, but this part lie along the Palaeotropical area, or we call Cartesian. In this present day position, so this part and this part share a different rock and different fauna and flora, different fossil plant and fossil animal. So this tells us about the paleo position or paleo geography. Okay, please next. And then you go to southern Thailand. You know, in the past, you can click next, please. Please, next. Okay, thank you. You see, this West Sumatra here. Oh no, I think this is Sumatra, right? This part of East Sumatra. West Sumatra is a park, American Championship Park that I was last today. This West Sumatra, but where is East Sumatra? East Sumatra is here, right? This temperate or cool. So from the literature, this belongs to the Sibu Masu. Okay, this is from my knowledge. You can discuss with me later after that. So in Sumatra itself, it has two terrain, like in a different paleogeography during the early Permian. It's similar to what we have in southern Thailand, but in the West Sumatra, similar to what we have in my university, in my area, in Northeast Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. So in the past, like in different paleolatitude. Okay, so why we have the glacial marine? This because this terrain we call Kimmeridgian terrain, the big terrain, the contain college of the terrain, small terrain of blocks, micro block. Here, such as Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, up to East Sumatra. So after that, it is split from the Perigondana and moved and combined to the other terrain and from the Southeast Asian countries nowadays. So this is what we have. So during the Assyrian, Sumerian, or early Permian, yesterday we've been to the Mirang Jambi. It has a different fauna and flora to what you have here in the East Sumatra. This East Sumatra has this situation during the early Permian. It has, the melting of the glacial, and the stone in the glacial drop into the mud background, the mud matrix, under the sea level. So you have the different scenario of sedimentary facies and fossils. Okay, my time is up, so I think I will continue this in the afternoon. Is it okay? This, because we are late in this morning, and our colleague, our senior colleague from China is coming for the next talk. Thank you very much.
Apanya lanjut lagi ke dokter? Enggak, nanti berikutnya ibu langsung ke hepatitis ya. Bukan search bukan. Oh, bukan.
Oh, istrinya. Tapi barusan dia ngomong, barusan dia ngomong online.
Xiaoqi, yeah. In Xiaoqi, please keep online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mongkol. This explanation about the tectonic of Sumatran. This Sumatran is three terrain, yes. The West Sumatra and East Sumatra related to Sibumasu and other Woyla art. This topic, Palaeozoic stratigraphy and tectonic evolution in Southeast Asia, we will be continue after lunch, okay? And the next section, this presentation from the Dr. Xiaoqi Jin via online, yeah, via Zoom meeting. And the title, this presentation about limestone and fossil for geopark promotion and development. Mr. Xiaoqi, can
Hello,
you hear
I'm
me?
here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear, sir. Yes.
You can hear me, okay.
Okay.
Now I'll share my screen.
Okay, time is your, Mr.
Yeah. And you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen? Okay. So if you have any question or you cannot hear me clearly, just let me know.
Yes, clear.
Okay.
Clear.
So thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Monkey, and who asked me to give a presentation on limestone and fossils for geopark promotion and development. I think this is a good idea because this is a good combination of IGCP and geopark. So this is also the International Geoscience and Geoparks Program. That is IGGP. So this is a unity here. So I also like to thank Manko for cutting his own lectures to let me to come in. It's very kind of you. So as we all know that limestones and fossils are two very important geological heritage items. Limestones and fossils, they are not only very critical objects for scientific research. For example, the IGCP 700, this is a main topic for this project. But these both are also very valuable materials for community sustainable development. So if they are rationally employed. So for example, for geopark promotion and development. So limestone and fossils, if they are wrongly or misly used, it will also cause very serious damage to the local community, like big quarries, big mining areas. So this is another story of that. For limestones and fossils for geopark promotion and development, I think for those geoparks who have limestones as their main geological heritage type, like many geopark in Southeast Asia. I'd like to give you some examples, for example, in Tongvan and Gopang and Vietnam, and many in China, and also in Indonesia, global geoparks. Many have late Mesozoic and even Palaeozoic limestones in these geoparks. So their limestones have a very important portion in that geopark. So for these geoparks, I personally think the ethnic value of the different heritage sites should be the first crucial tool for geopark promotion, because variable landforms in limestones, such as very beautiful valleys and marvelous caves, and also a lot of peculiar stones, these are almost always the eye-striking attractions to a wide circle of visitors. So this is the first site. When somebody comes here, or if you make a promotion of your geopark, this is the first thing you are using to show to the audience, to show the different kind of visitors. So this is a good attraction. Some pictures show very beautiful limestone landforms in several global geoparks. The caves, very deep valley, deeply cut valley, very nicely villages in the moisture sitting on limestones, and also these karst landforms with water and limestones. But after a while, when they have repeatedly told how beautiful these landforms are, how beautiful, how marvelous they have on this geological heritage site, but after a while, the people will get tired of that. So the knowledge behind these beautiful appearances is actually the fundamental for the geopark promotion and development. We need to know the mechanism or scientific explanations for how these landforms have been involved in the past. And this is the only tool to satisfy the curiosities of visitors, but also at the same time, the weapon to empower the local communities. Why I often say this is very important to empower the local communities. If the local people just know they have some limestones here, they have some carbonate landforms here, but have no ideas about how these landforms have been formed, they actually cannot promote their hometown, their geoparks to other visitors, because actually they don't know the mechanism for that. So the important things for the geopark to do is to empower the local communities. Let them know the values, the scientific mechanisms behind all these beautiful sceneries and beautiful landforms. I give you here several examples of limestone or carbonates in general in different UNESCO global geoparks here in the Asia Pacific region. We say in the first, there are actually 4 pictures from the same geopark, but the first 2 is Neo-Proterozoic limestones. Billion years ago, they formed there. In the other areas of this geopark, they have Permo-Triassic landforms, where the beautiful caves are developed and deep cut valleys are developed. But if no scientific research have been carried out, but local people just know, or we have limestones in many places in our geopark. These limestones can be used to produce lime or as a building materials. So in this respect, this will means the local community has not yet been empowered with scientific knowledge. The 3 pictures that shows Mesoproterozoic limestones in three UNESCO Global Geopark. The first two in Fangshan, the Yanqing, this is in northern China platform, because there's a stable platform where Mesoproteozoic limestone was developed. And another one, that's in southern China, that's the Shendongjia. This is also Mesoproteozoic limestone developed there. We have also Carboniferous and Permian limestones that well developed in many UNESCO Global Geoparks and forming very beautiful scenery in that area, and happen to be a good attraction for geopark visitors. But we need also to know these limestones in these UNESCO Global Geoparks, they contains warm water fauna and developed in a warm environment during the Permo-Carboniferous times, contrasting the cold and the cool environment of Gondwana continents, like Moncur just mentioned minutes ago. On the submerged area, there's also no limestones on that age, and on this Gondwana-derived submersible. In some geoparks, they have very good limestone sections, which are very important in scientific research, but the outlook is not so nice. It looks quite normal, not very beautiful scenery to attract visitors, but they do have very significant scientific values. For example, in this Xianxi UNESCO Global Geopark, where they have two golden spikes, that's two GSPs for Cambria. One is here, another is here. All these GSPs are located in this UNESCO Global Geopark. So after this geoparks got these two, the golden spikes become earlier, but these geoparks, they use these GSPs to demonstrate the visitors how important these sections are. What's the meaning of these GSPs? So in this respect, not only the local people, but many visitors realize that they have very important limestone here in this geopark. This at the same time made a good promotion of this geopark. Instead of just look at the black limestone here. That was not very beautiful, but quite normal. But scientific meaning behind it is a good weapon to empower the local communities and empower the visitors. Here we also show two pictures of Ordovician limestone. The left one in Yuntaishan, this is northern part of China. The right one, that's in Xianxi UNESCO Global Geopark. This red Ordovician limestones also occur in Satu UNESCO Global Geopark in Thailand. So that means during the Ordovician times, the submerged area and also the South China part of the Yangtze platform, they shared some similar things. Probably they have a similar temperature, they have a similar environment to form these thin-bedded Ordovician limestones. So I'm happy to know that these two UNESCO Global Geoparks, they have already some connections to carry out common studies of their well preserved Ordovician limestone sections. Here, there are two examples. That is limestone developed on the submerged block. That is also Ordovician to Silurian ones. of course, there are still some middle Permian ones, but I showed here there are Ordovician cellular ones. So from this kind, if you just look at the picture, you see just limestone there. But if you study that from the Ordovician cellular ones, and also the Permian ones, you find big difference there, especially in paleogeographic significance of this, because the Ordovician ones are similar to the limestone and the Yangtze platform is a little bit similar, but the Permian ones, they have a big difference between these two places. There are some good examples for geoparks where they made very good studies of their limestone heritage site to show how to properly to conserve it and to study, and then after that to celebrate it, to promote it. This is one example in Dongwang, UNESCO Global Geopark. They have also carried scientific research. They publish papers on the international journal. So this is, on other hand, is a good way to promote their geoparks, to use the well-developed limestone sections and the information preserved in these limestones to promote their geopark and improve the development of that. There are many good examples, but after that, all these are in turn used as attractions of responsible tourism. Data for science education, ideas of eco-agriculture, and inspiration of local products design. A lot of things can be done only when you have carried out very good project studies of this limestone there. So another good example, in Zigong UNESCO Global Geopark, if the promotion of the geoparks will carried out, it will also attract the people who left this countryside before, because as that area was poor, a lot well developed. But when the geoparks were promoted and everything, the infrastructure was improved, many people who left this area, they came back to their territory, came back to the geopark area, because the geopark provide the opportunity. They have using their own local product. They can sell that. They can make their own business there. So this is in turn give to a win-win situation. If the geoparks were promoted, were developed, you will attract more people to come to there. When more people come to the UNESCO territories and in these geoparks, the promotion and the development will be even better. So this is a win-win situation. We are trying to improve all our geoparks in a win-win situation. So let us show that. So the philosophy of protection, conservation, research, education, and sustainable development is being now increasingly understood by local communities. In last many years, when we make promotions of global geoparks, so all these ideas have been increasingly understood by local communities. That's why the geopark can be developed in a healthy way. So on other hand, successful examples have also inspired more communities in different to follow the good examples. So that this half I've told about how to use limestone as a tool to promote geopark. Now the role of fossils in geopark promotion and development, I think it is highly connected to the visibility and fascination of the fossils that the geopark has. For those with highly appealing appearance, such as dinosaurs, marine reptiles, and petrified wood, they have a clear advantage in attracting visitors. So these pictures show the YEAR UNESCO Global Geopark. They have found here a trench here, all with exposed dinosaur bones. They have built this pavilion. So within this pavilion, if you go here, like this one, so all the bones, this section, they're preserved with this big pavilion here. So you go there, you can find a lot of dinosaur bones scattered here in all along the sections. So if there is no scientific research to carry it out, people cannot know why all these bones are deposited here, why there is now no completed body of a dinosaur to on this. So all these questions asked by the visitors, waiting for the answer of scientists on the results of scientific research. So only with scientific research, then you can answer that questions. You can install the dinosaurs, but only if you don't know which piece is this piece or that piece, with no good research, so this cannot be realized. So promotion and scientific research should always go hand in hand. These two pictures show this is also a petrified walls. This is a very big one. There's several meters long, and the diameter of this one is almost 2 meters. This is preserved in Lesbos UNESCO Global Geopark in Greece, and that geopark is very well known with their petrified forest there. These two pictures show in Zigong, UNESCO Global Geopark, they have these dinosaurs. They have also built the models of dinosaurs. This is a very good tool to promote their geopark and improve the development of the geopark. However, fossils, those with high scientific value, but small size and less appealing forms have intrinsic shortcomings in drawing people's attention. But in many geoparks, they have such fossils. These fossils are scientifically very important, but not appealing, not attracting enough. Look like this, the fusilinis of middle Permian limestone. They are very good indicators of sedimentary environment and climate change. But if you look at that on the rock, it's boring. It's no attraction for normal people. Also, the very important the Cambria Chengjiang fauna. This is a big record. It's a very good record for the Cambria about explosion. But if you just look at the samples, it's like normal shale or mudstone. But for these things also in the Shilin UNESCO Global Geopark, where they have very marvelous landforms of karst, but for the fossils, it look like this. It's not so appealing. But anyhow, we have some methods. So a good practice in making these fossils an iconic attraction for the geopark is the constructing vivid and colorful models of them. These pictures show this restoration of the Chengjiang fauna. What all these animals lived in the shallow sea. So with such an helpful videos and paintings and restoration diagrams, that is more fascinating than any other things. And this are attracting a lot of visitors, also inspired their curiosity of the Cambria habitat here. But in any case, all this need to be based on solid foundation of scientific research. If there's no scientific research, you are not sure how to draw the picture here. For all these scientific research, I'd like to emphasize the geoscientists and geopark. Their roles, they have many roles to play, but some important things they need to seek and strengthen the collaboration with scientific institutions. For today's example, here in Meranjin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark, they have connections with the Igcp project. This is a collaboration with universities and research institutions. So this is a very good example for the roles of geosciences in geoparks. Because this is to overcome the disadvantage that a UNESCO Global Geopark cannot employ many geoscientists. They can only employ a limited number of geoscientists. But these geoscientists cannot do everything, but they need to strengthen and in collaboration with scientific researchers, institutions. Also, the geoscientists need to generating protection ideas and propose protection measures like this one. They also need to translate scientific jargons to layman's language, because in many geoparks, all the panels or the brochures, they speak very good scientific language, but it's difficult for normal people to understand it. So that's why the geoscientists in geopark need to translate the scientific words into the ordinary people's language. This is the way to promote your geopark. Also, a very big important role for the geoscientists to protect incorrect expression appearing in panels, brochures, and labels, because we have found during our evaluation and validation missions, there are some panels or brochures, they have incorrect information in that. This is not good. This should be prevented. Also, the geoscientists in the geopark need to give fairy tale or legend and scientific interpretation. Just telling the stories to the visitors, this is not enough. As I said here, tales make mind happy and satisfactory, but scientific explanations make mind knowledgeable. Also, the geoscientists in the geopark needed to conduct education activities to visitors, to students, to local community on a lot of things like geological processes, geological history of the territory, also geohazards, demolition, also climate change, etc. Because understanding is the basis of sustainable development. So today we have this workshop in Meranjin Jambi, UNESCO Global Geopark. So in this case, for me, I'd like to suggest something, because I think it would be beneficial to link the promotion of fossils of this geopark with several items. First, the systematics of the elements of the flora and the fauna, because here you have very well-known Jambi flora. Also, this is not within the territory of geopark, but not far away from this geopark. This diagram was drawn by Voris in 1904 about the Futslinda sumatrina ani. This is a new genus and a new species, also found in the southwest part of Sumatra. So all these for geoparks needed to make a clear explanation of the systematics of all these elements. This will give the visitors or the local communities a lot of information to tell the story of their fossils in this geopark. The second one should be linked with the living and the depositional environment of all these fossils. For example, this trunk here, or the roots, also kept in situ. So this is also a very good place or good site to explain how these plants were living and then how it was buried as fossils. Also, it will be beneficial to link the promotion of fossils of the geopark with the paleogeographic significance of the flora and fauna with the structure of Sumatra. And in the structure of Sumatra, you have a northeast part and a southwest part. The northeast part is a Gondwana affinity. It's also the Sibumasu. The Su is about here. It's the last ending of the Sibumasu. But on the southwest side, you have your geopark here, something here, somewhere here, and the plant and the fossils found in the Jambi flora, also the Brachiopoda and the Fusinids from the Microron formation shows warm water environment. This is a big contrast here. So along this one, you see here, Sibumasu is the northeast part of Sumatra and the southwest part. This is a Carthusia affinity. At the same time, also to link to the sharp contrast between the Permian sediments and the fossils here in your geopark, also in Toba Caldera, UNESCO Global Geopark is somewhere here. The Permian sediments here, they have diamictite here. It's a typical Gondwana fascies sediments. It's the glacial marine sediments here, but here you have warm water environment here. So if you connect all this, you can tell the visitors, tell the local communities a lot of stories. At the same time, you have more connections with the other UNESCO Global Geoparks. You do not only promote your geopark, at the same time, you also promote the other members of the Global Geoparks network. So the networking has also been demonstrated here. If you do it, you do a good networking for the UNESCO Global Geoparks. So this is also, we always emphasize, this is a UNESCO Global Geoparks. This is a network here. Finally, I've told about how important the fossils and limestones for geopark promotion, but this is only a part of the story. The UNESCO Global Geoparks explore, develop, and celebrate the links between their geological heritage and all other aspects of their natural and cultural heritages. So what I've told just about the limestone fossils, because the IGCP 700 is about limestone. But UNESCO Global Geopark, you have a lot more work to do. This should be remembered. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to answer any question from the audience.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Xiao Qijin. Okay, this presentation about the conservation of the karst. And Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark has two carbonate sessions. First session is Paleozoic age in the Mengkarang Formation, and this session Mesozoic age of the karst Sungai Manao, Mesozoic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this session about the paleontological significance of geopark in Thailand. This presentation, Dr. Bauzian Kalofi and Dr. Pasakon Bukhale. Please, doctor, and times is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the invitation and for the wonderful field trip we had during 2 days. So my name is Bouzan Khaloufi. I'm from Mahasarakam University and also from Mohammed VI University in Morocco. And I'm going to talk about the paleontological significance in geoparks in Thailand. So basically, I want to show you some case studies on how fossils are important and should be used in geoparks. Okay, can you? No, the presentation. Okay, so next slide, please. So very basically, just a few words about paleontology. So as you might know, paleontology is the study of ancient life, so all dinosaurs, all fossils, all trees. And we just have to be aware that paleontology, it's a very rare event. I mean, we are working on ancient life, but try to imagine an ecosystem, let's say 290 million years ago, like in the Jambi Geopark. So we had a lot of life, a lot of trees, a lot of animals, a lot of plants. And from all these organisms, only a few when they die, will be preserved on the surface, okay? If you go to the jungle today, it's very difficult to find a dead animal or even a dead plant or dead fruit for a long time, which means that when animals and plants die, most of them are destroyed, are eaten by other animals, are degraded by bacteria, which means that we just have a few parts of an ecosystem between the life and the death of the organism. And between the death of the organism and the fossilization, which means that when animals and plants are dead, sometimes they can turn into rocks, they can be mineralized. and just a few parts of this organism will become fossils, will become mineralized. And just a few parts of these fossils can be found by paleontologists, by geologists, because they outcrop on the surface. So to sum up, paleontology is the study of ancient life, but the data are very rare, which means that we have only a few parts, a very tiny glimpse of the ecosystem which lived a long, long time ago. Okay? And of course, fossils can have several forms. We can have skeletons, like big dinosaurs, they're very famous, but also petrified wood. We can have some imprints, footprints of animals. It's very rare, but in some cases, we can have iced fossils, like in Siberia, but in tropical country, it cannot happen. And sometimes you also have soft tissue, so very soft tissue like skin or muscles preserved. Okay, next slide, please. So in Thailand, we have a huge fossil record. Basically, in Thailand, we have Palaeozoic, mostly marine, okay, in the southern part of the country, in the peninsula Thailand, in the western part, in that part of the country. The Mesozoic, it's mostly continental, in the northeastern part of the country here. And the Cenozoic, it's also mostly continental and present all over the country in several small intermountain basins. So we have small basins, Cenozoic in age. Next slide. And for a short history of paleontology in Thailand, several fossils were described in the early 20th century, mostly by foreigner paleontologists, like from Stenshaw from Sweden, from the US, so from Europe, mostly on North America. So a few fossils were described since, let's say, the beginning of the 20th century. Next slide. Also by Japanese researchers in the 60s. Insects, this is dinosaur teeth. Okay, next slide. But the situation changed a lot in 1976, where a fossil of dinosaur was found in Thailand. It was the first time a dinosaur was recognized in the fossil record of Thailand by a geologist prospecting uranium. And that fossil was described 2 years later in 1978. The next slide. And it led to the discovery of several sites. So once we have found, people have found a fossil, they start to investigate more and more, and also involving local communities. And more fossils were found, more outcrops were found. Next slide. And this led to the discovery of several sites, and these sites were protected, which means that fossils were collected, were studied by paleontologists, but the site was also kept, and sometimes replicas were installed on the site to show, to allow the general public to see what looked like the outcrop when it was discovered by paleontologists. And in that area, there are several excavation sites, and most of them are very nicely protected. You see with the roof, so people can go inside. This is the original bones here, and here they are replicas of the bones. So we have the two kinds of preservation. I will explain a little bit more later. Next slide, please. And in the early 2008, a museum was created, the Puyong Dinosaur Museum, the first dinosaur museum in Thailand, which allowed general public to see an exhibition with replicas of the bones, but also a reconstruction of the fossils, so we can try to imagine how look like these dinosaurs, because in that site we mostly found dinosaurs. Next slide, please. So this is the first site. A few kilometers from this site, another dinosaur remain was found a few years later in the mid-90s. And it's the same story. So paleontologists came to dig up the fossils. They found a lot of bones. They made some scientific publications. And the area was protected. And the museum, a second museum, was built around the fossil site. So you see, this is the original outcrop. Some bones are real, some bones are replicas. And people can come and visit the site to see on the site, in situ, what looked like an outcrop. And even the Princess of Thailand came to promote the paleontology in that area. Next slide, please. And a few years later, a big museum of paleontology was created on the site too. So it's one of the biggest museums of paleontology of Southeast Asia, with a lot of fossils, very interesting. I warmly recommend you to go there if you go to Thailand. And as you can see, 100,000 of people are coming every year, including children, tourists, general public. So it's a very good way to promote the fossils. And as the previous speaker said, it's true that some fossils, like dinosaurs, are an excellent way to promote geology and to attract people to visit sites and museums. Next slide. Just an example of some activities. You can bring people outside to see some footprints on some fossil trees, petrified wood, like we saw 2 days ago. Next slide. And it was an excellent way to promote all the area, so many outcrops, a few museums inside, and Konkan became in 2019 a geopark, a national geopark. And here you can see the scientific study made so far in the area. There are more or less 100 species of vertebrates, including dinosaurs, but not only, crocodiles, a lot of sharks, fish, flying reptiles. And in black, they have no name. In white, they have a name, which means that half of the fossils found were identified but still need to be described. So we have a lot of work to do. And we really hope that Konkan will become a UNESCO geopark, inshallah, in the future. Okay, next slide. So this is Konkan Geopark. So I was talking about that part of the country. I forgot to say it, but it's Mesozoic in age. Okay, from late Triassic to mid-Cretaceous. And so Konkan Geopark, it's a part of the geopark network in Thailand with a dozen of geoparks, including 2 UNESCO geoparks. So the Satun Geopark, Dr. Monkol will talk a little bit later today about this geopark. I will focus on 2 geoparks, the Korat UNESCO Geopark and the Phetchabun National Geopark. So it's very interesting because, as I told you, here we have mostly Mesozoic outcrops. So a lot of geoparks here will focus on Mesozoic faunas, a lot of dinosaurs, of course, but not only dinosaurs. Here it's mostly marine Paleozoic, and we have a lot of geoparks like Tak or Phetchabun, which also showcase Cenozoic outcrops. So we have a very good distribution of the history of life in all these geoparks. Next slide. So no need to talk too much about geoparks. I think you know what is it, but it's very important because we need to involve local population to do research, promotion, protection. And next slide. And for an example, I will take the Korat UNESCO Geopark, which is located in the northeastern part of Thailand. And that geopark is very famous. So this is a map of the geopark. It's called Questa on Fossil Lands. So it highlights 2 main features. Next slide, please. The questas, so a geomorphological feature. So purely geological, so you see the 2 slopes are very different. And questas are very famous and common in the Korat Geopark. So this is the first main highlight of the geopark, the hills with the shape of a cuesta. Yes, next slide. And the second highlight of Korat Geopark are the fossils. And here, basically, we have 3 kinds of fossils. Mesozoic, so more or less 110 million years old. We have the Pleistocene fossils, 200,000 years ago, so very, very new. And a lot of Cenozoic fossils ranging from 16 million to 10,000 years. Next slide. And for example, one of the very important interests of Korat are the elephants. We have more than 10 kind of elephant, 10 genera of elephant, fossil elephant, which is maybe 15 to 20% of the diversity of all the elephant fossils on living. So Korat has a very great diversity. Next slide. Next slide. And this is why there is a fossil elephant museum on site. So it's a museum dedicated to fossil elephants where you can see this diversity in fossils. The previous slide. So Korat Geopark is very interesting because there are 3 museums on the same site, Elephant Museum and Petrified Wood Museum. So as here, petrified wood are very, very common. So there is an entire exhibition which aims to explain how fossil wood forms and to show the diversity of fossil wood in the area, but not only, because some fossil woods are from other places, other countries. Next slide. So elephant, wood, next slide, and dinosaurs. Okay, so we also have a museum dedicated to dinosaurs in Korat. So I said it's a fossil dinosaur museum because in Korat we are very lucky. We not only have fossil dinosaurs, next slide, we also have living dinosaurs. Okay, so this guy, it's a dinosaur. I'm not joking. Actually, it's called the Siamese fireback. It's a very famous bird in Thailand. And just to mention that, usually we say that dinosaurs are extinct, but as a scientist, we have to be very accurate. So all the birds are dinosaurs, okay? So especially for school, you should say that to the students. If you eat a chicken, you're eating a dinosaur, okay? So it's a very good way also to promote science and paleontology, to mention that the big animals we call dinosaurs are not totally extinct. We have a lot of species today flying with feathers, and we see them every day. Okay, I forgot to put the logo of the Menanjin Jambi Geopark because you also have a dinosaur on the logo. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. And just to mention a link between Indonesia and Thailand, I mentioned that the Cenozoic is very rich in Korat. Actually, it's a part of one of the multiple Cenozoic basins we have in Thailand, but not only in Thailand. In Indonesia too, you have a lot of Cenozoic basins, which can be linked in the coal mine, especially to the numerous basins we have in Thailand. Okay, next slide. So to sum up, in Thailand, in let's say 50 years, there are more than 7 museums, if we count all the museums in Korat, 7 big museums dedicated to paleontology or geology and paleontology, plus several small site museums. There is a community of 30 paleontologists, more or less, in the country, working in different universities or areas. There is a research center in Mahasarakam, where we come from. So you can see that paleontology became a very, very important part of the scientific life of the country. Next slide, please. And not only for scientists, but also for general public. I will give you some example. So here, these activities are open to everyone. Children can attend, adults can attend, because there is no age to learn. So it's very important in geoparks to also include people. And here, the idea is to provide them with a very high-level scientific knowledge, but in a very easy way, which means that when you go to this kind of activities, you can learn a lot, but people will adapt to your knowledge. I mean, the scientific facts will be quite easy to understand, but they will be really, really accurate. It's very important. Next slide. And as you can see, it's in the lab, but also in the sites. Geoparks are a very good way to bring people, to accompany people to try to understand geology, as we did in the last 2 days. Next slide, please. And also, sometimes you can even ask people to interact, to be an actor of the science. For example, in Mahasarakam University, we organized a meeting, a big international scientific meeting, very serious meeting, 3 years ago. But a side event was called the Palaeozoic Youth Conference. So everyone can attend that conference. And as you can see here, a lot of young people with our friend Kantanat. And people, I mean, you can imagine that a professional scientist will be sitting here, and here any kind of person, a 6-year-old child passionate about dinosaurs or fossil trees, can ask a question and get a reply in live. So it's a very good way also to make science more popular. Next slide. Here it's one of our students. I really like him, and he is here on the stage to popularize science, also on paleontology, to the kids and the adults who are here. So it's also a very good way to involve students learning sciences, but not only sciences, and to be part of the geopark or the scientific community of the country. Next slide. And it's also very important to involve the press, because press are our ally. So it's a very good way to promote the discoveries, the sites. So you see, every time there is a new fossil discovered in Thailand, we have shirts. Okay, we print shirts with the image of the fossil. This is the president of the university. So you see, everyone in the university is very concerned. Some artists sometimes make very nice artwork about the fossils. And of course, the journals like to come and to visit us and make articles. Next slide, please. Next slide. And this is a few years ago when Korat became a UNESCO Global Geopark. It's inside a shopping mall. And it was, for almost 1 week, a very big event where people can attend this exhibition with a stage, with games, conferences. So it was a very good way to connect with local people. Okay, next slide. Okay, I think I'm a little bit out of time, so I will be a little bit faster. This is a piece of fabric. For me, it reminds me a lot batik, you call it. And this is a Dinotherium, so a fossil from Korat, and you can see here the pattern used. It's directly inspired from a fossil. Next slide. In Konken too. So it's a very good way to link global, local knowledge, local tradition, culture to geoparks. Next slide. And I think I saw some batik with cocoa, coffee beans and some traditional patterns. So fossils can also be a very good inspiration. And in Thailand, if you go to, for example, to the northeastern part of the country, where we found a lot of dinosaurs, you can see a lot of dinosaurs in coffee places, in the street, in runabouts. So it's become a very big part of the life, of the daily life of the population. This is Dino coffee from Pechabun, a very good coffee. And this is a coprolite. Coprolite, basically, to say it politely, it's a fossil poo, okay? When you eat, So, and a lot of people use them as amulets, and this is a statue of a coprolite. So you see, even coprolites are promoted as a cultural heritage. Next slide. And this is Konken Airport. So when you arrive to Konken, you can see welcome to Konken Geopark inside the airport. This is the main gate of Konken with fossils by night. And this is some fossils with a traditional Isan, so northeastern part Thailand costume. Next slide. A lot of events like the Korat Geopark Night Run, where you can run and try to run with dinosaurs, you see. Next slide. This is very funny. This is a dinosaur from Thailand, Siamosaurus. And there is a contest every year, Miss Eco International, where you wear a traditional costume. And she won in 2021 the second place with a costume depicting a Siamosaurus. And it's very accurate, actually. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so do I have 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about 2 more aspects, because in the last 2 days we had a lot of discussion with all the colleagues, and I just want to talk about 2 main aspects about geoparks. The first one is, what do we do when we find a fossil in the geopark? Do we collect it to study it and to put it into a museum, or do we leave it on the site to be part of the geosite? You see, like yesterday, we saw a lot of nice trees, fossil trees in the river. So do we have to remove them to put them in a museum, or do we have to leave them on site? So I will just give you a few examples from Pechabun Geopark in Thailand. Next slide. So I will go very quickly. Pechabun Geopark is a very nice waterfall. Next slide, please. Potholes. Next slide. Even historical use of geological stones. Okay, so some sandstone, etc. So we can link the stones used in the temples to the outcrop. Next slide. Next slide. And in the definition of a geopark, education, sustainable development, of course, but also research. So the main question is, what do we do? Next slide. When we find a fossil on the site, I will show you 3 kinds of examples. So the first example, I call it the no problem situation. Next slide. Okay, here it's maybe 50 meters long footprint track. Okay, so a kind of crocodile left 230 million years ago, a track. And this one, it's almost 40 to 50 meters long. So there is no point in removing these tracks and bringing them to a museum. So in this kind of case, in this kind of geosite, of course, we have to leave them here. Okay, so there is no question in that case. Next slide. So scientists can come, can describe them, can make drawings, can make a mold, a cast of silicon. I will talk a little bit about that later. Okay, and the site can be a part of the geopark as a geosite. Okay, so people can, if people want to see the tracks, they should come directly to the site. Okay, next slide. Next, and yeah, I think we can do the same with arrow. Okay, it's too big to be removed. So sorry, the shot is a little bit dirty after one day in the water, but sometimes it's better to leave the fossil on site. Next slide. But if you leave it on site, of course, you should promote it. You see, you put some indication, Arcos of footprint cliff, a lot of explanation. This is a guy who left the imprints. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, can you go again? And this is another site. It's a coral reef. You see, very huge coral reef. Next. And here too, there is no point in removing all the fossils. It's better to leave them on site so we can discover and look at all the biodiversity in that site. It's a Middle Permian Triassic conglomerate. Sorry, it's a Middle Permian or Triassic? I forgot. Punamiot. Yeah, Triassic. So yeah, Triassic conglomerate. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, you see some fussulinids, some coral. Okay, next slide. So the second kind of fossils is when we found isolated fossils like this one. This is a bone of dinosaur, which was found in a field. Okay, a lot of small vertebrae, the bones from the back, were found here in Pechabun. Next slide. So in that case, it's very complicated to leave them on the site because they can be collected by anyone, they can disappear. So in that case, of course, it's better to collect them, okay? Fossils. This one is not a fossil, but it has a lovely shape. Next slide. Okay, here too, this is a fossil who was found in the 70s, I think, or 80s in Thailand. This is the original outcrop. This is the outcrop today. So in that case, when you have an isolated bone or isolated piece of fossil, it's better to remove it because you cannot be sure that you will find it even a few years after. Next slide. And as I mentioned before, if you remove fossils, you can also put some replicas, so you can keep the geosite as a geosite and study the fossil in the museum. Next slide. So in that case, you should discuss, is it interesting to remove the fossils or not? Okay, next slide. Yeah, okay, next slide. Next slide. I go a little bit further, next slide. So I will talk a little bit about this site. It's a very nice site in Pechabun. This is the third example I want to give. Here we have a lot of fish from the Miocene. Next slide. And when we talk about Cenozoic fish in Southeast Asia, we also have to mention the very rich Umbilin Basin in Sumatra. Okay. So Pechabun is very rich because we have a lot of fish. We have some coprolites, so the fossil poo. And if you look inside with the X-ray, you can see a lot of bones. So you can see what animals have eaten at that time. So it's very interesting. Next slide. We have also a lot of insects, lobster, beautiful flowers. Next slide. And the site is very, very difficult to access. You see, usually we have to dig to see the outcrop because it's a flat land. So the scale here is our friend and colleague, Dr. Pasakan. And next slide. Next slide. And the problem is, in Thailand, as here, it's a tropical country. So if you leave an outcrop like that, after the rainy season, it's full of water. It's totally flooded, which means that if you don't collect fossils now, they will probably be destroyed in the next season. Next slide. This is another example. We spent a few days here, okay? And here you see the green part here a few months later was totally flooded, which means that in that case, we have no choice. We need to collect the fossils. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. On here, it's a very clayal. Next slide. You see, it's clay, so which means that if it's raining, everything becomes very muddy. Okay, next slide. And to conclude on that part, when we collect fossils, of course, we should put them in a museum, in an exhibition, so people can enjoy them too. So this is a Pechabun Geo Museum, a small site museum. Next slide, please. Okay, you see with fish, this is a crocodile, has the imprint. This is a replica of the imprint we saw. Next slide. Okay, this is another small museum on site with a coral reef site. Next slide. And the last point is we also need a regulation. No one likes regulation, but sometimes it's very important. And in Thailand, there is a Fossil Act since 2008, which protects strongly the fossils, which means that it's very important in a national level to have a strong regulation which apply to all the geoparks and all the sites in general to protect the fossil biodiversity. Next slide. So I want to thank you, all your partners, and we think about our colleague Clive Barrett, who works for 40 years in Thailand, who passed away 2 months ago. And if you want to visit Thailand, next slide, you are very welcome later this month in Satun and Mahasarakam for the ICPC meeting and paleontology. If it's too short, in 2 years you can come to visit us too during the Asian Paleontological Congress. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mister. There are many things we can learn, especially how about they manage a geopark, such as geopark in Thailand, Korat, and then Puyang. We can use fauna fossil like elephant, dinosaurs for contribution to validation scientific and in geoset like Thailand. We will to be compared in the Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark. How about the Jurassic Cretaceous Fossil Index? Our team in Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark to find our fossil index like Cephalopod anoid. There is the fossil index of Jurassic Cretaceous. I think we will be compared. How about the correlation about it, and we will be share to the, and I think we will can publication about their research. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we can share knowledge on the Jurassic limestone features as well. Yeah.
Okay, the next session presentation from the Dr. Halai Segap from Zoom meeting, Microsoft team. I'm sorry, Microsoft team. Microsoft team. The introduction to carbonate sedimentology, classification, and depositional environment. Please, participant join in the Microsoft Teams. Please check in the group WhatsApp.
There I can see tidak boleh kita ngomong, bisa dihubungi nggak? Oh yeah, I will do that. But we have like no organizer on the. Tidak boleh kita ngomong. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear, sir. Announcement of participant during the presentation about the Dr. Halai. We will silent, and after that we can discussion. Okay.
All right. Okay. So I'll make it a full screen, and then we'll pause it. Yeah. All right. Okay, so I will not be able to see the chat. If there is any issue, please on your mic and say something, then I will stop. Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Hailai here from University Technology Petronas in Malaysia from the Department of Science, and currently I'm working as a senior lecturer, and at the same time also serving as the research center head for CCAL. Um, you can see at the top of this one. And all, I would like to thank you to the organizing committee for making this event reality. And I would like to thank also the organizing institutions, UNESCO, IUGS, and the Joe Park, MSU, UK, and University of North Petronas as well, my university. And that being said, we all know the importance of Palaeozoic carbonates in Southeast Asia, that they have a major input in our understanding of the paleogeographic and basin evolution in the region. And also they contribute important understanding the depositional and diagenetic processes that may somehow influence the reservoir quality, because I'm coming from the petroleum industry. So probably my talk is tuned up top. I think I need to change that one. Hold on. And then this one here. And okay, just give me a minute. Share. That side is shared, and it should be full screen, right? Sure.
Okay, now please share the full screen. Now it's okay. Please share full screen.
Just give me 1 minute, please. Sure. All right, now it's perfect.
Okay, good.
If there is any issue, please let me know. So basically, as I stopped, so basically this is important. As I say, that I'm coming from petroleum side, so it's I mean my talk is a bit biased to the petroleum industry. So they do have important implication for hydrocarbon reservoir studies and so on. So this workshop, I hope it will foster discussions and possibly also entice some young geologists to join the study of carbonate, and somehow by doing so, you know, by doing research and so on, probably we'll be able to bridge the gaps. And those of you are, I mean, young geologists interested to pursue masters and PhDs by research, please feel free to contact me
through the email that I put it in the slide here, right? Just right here. Also feel free to connect with me in LinkedIn and other social networks. So that being said, I would be talking for the coming 1 hour on the more of carbonate sedimentology, but I will touch depositional environment and then a little bit of detail or carbonate textural classification and their usage in the oil and gas industry or in any sedimentological studies. All right. So once we do that, then possibly we will be able to be familiar with the main depositional settings of carbonates, and also able to you guys able to explain the carbonate classification, why it is important. You know, why do we need to have that kind of standard all over the world so that we communicate seamlessly. And also you should be able to apply some of the concepts that we discussed during the session. Yeah, so we'll move it here, and that's the main or the aim of this talk. And then, as I said, if there is any question in between, please feel free to okay. All right. So so to start with, we have to define what the carbonates mean. So carbonates are one of the sedimentary rocks that we encounter especially in Southeast Asia, in many locations, in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, I mean in Malaysia and so on. So those are sedimentary rocks which mainly made up of carbonate rocks, and the carbonate composition or the carbonate mineralogical composition should be more than 50% of it. And mainly those carbonate minerals are calcite, dolomite, and in some cases also we have aragonite. It's not only those few minerals that we have in carbonates. We could have also more, but these are the main ones. So the importance of carbonates, as I said, is mainly depend on their usage in the hydrocarbon industry. So because they are the main hydrocarbon reservoirs that bears more than 50% of the oil reservoir globally. And at the same time, they are also of supplying potable waters to quarter of the world population. So almost 25% of the world population is also taking potable water from carbonate aquifers. And then at the same time, they are also the most mined sediment rocks on Earth, because they are used for so many industrial purpose. For example, cement factories, some pharmaceutical products, even paper factories, and some agricultural purpose, and steel industry as well. And at the same time, also for those of us interested in understanding the Earth's history, how it was functioning a few hundred million years ago, and so on. So there are these archives of paleo environmental information, because they are one of the most fossiliferous rocks on Earth, right? So that is the important. And at the same time, where do we find them then? Where did carbonates form? Mainly they are formed in the marine setting, and sometimes you can find them also in a freshwater setting. And then in a very rare case, you can find them also in a dry setting, where you can have like carbonates associated with some subcar setting, where you have a kind of intercalation of evaporites and carbonates. Yeah. So those are the most common settings. But again, as I said, a majority of the carbonates will be sitting in a marine environment, where it could be marginal setting, or could be also a deep marine setting. Okay, so generally there are different from siliciclastics compared to they are different from siliciclastics compared to comparing with their depositional setting. And for example, you can have carbonates deposition in situ. That means they are usually formed in the same place where we usually find, unless you have really a radical tectonic process that overturn everything. So carbonates are deposited in situ. That means they are intrabasinal. They were born in that particular basin, and also they remain in that particular basin. Yeah. And so that is it. Whereas siliciclastics could be extrabasinal. In most cases, they are extrabasinal. That means they have to be transported from a different locality using one of the transporting agents. Could be water, wind, or glaciers. Could be also a combination of those transporting agents. Whereas carbonates are mainly marine, as I said, they are formed in a marine setting, right? So whereas siliciclastics could be also terrestrial or mainly also marginal, in the junction or in the transition zone between marine and terrestrial environment. Yeah. And carbonates have also a limited mineralogical makeup that makes them a little bit different from siliciclastics, because the mineralogical composition of siliciclastics depend on the source sediment, on the provenance. Let's say if you have a source of sediment coming from a combination of weathered rocks, for example, igneous, metamorphic, sedimentary, and so on and so on, then you will have a buffet of minerals that make it heterogeneous in terms of composition. But for carbonates, we know the skeletal components of carbonates are formed formed with specific minerals, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that you have calcite, aragonite, and so on and so on. Later on also we'll see a little bit of that. And so they do have a limited mineralogical makeup. So that is one of the distinctions between clastics and carbonates. And carbonates are mainly also organic in origin. That what does it mean is they are made by living processes. They are product of life. So mainly the carbonate producing organisms, be it corals, forams, sponges, annelids, or mollusks, and so on and so on, you call them, are organic. They are living things. So basically the carbonate sediments are mainly the remaining parts of those living organisms or carbonate producing organisms. So we have limited source of siliciclastics from living organisms like diatoms, radioralians, and so on and so on. But siliciclastics are mainly originated from inorganic process. Basically, they are the product of weathering, be it chemical or physical or biological weathering. So it's a product of weathering. So that makes them also a little bit different than the carbonates. So these are a few lists, I would say, a few lists that make them different compared to siliciclastics. But this is not an exclusive list. So this I will leave it open for the audience to explore more if there is additional difference that we can point out. Okay, that being said, so since we say that mainly the carbonate sediments are produced by living organisms, so those living organisms, they do have a prerequisite, or they do have a requirement, a few parameters that require for them to be productive, to be healthy, and to produce more sediments. So one of them is temperature. They are quite temperature dependent. So most of the carbonate producing organisms at the present time are limited to the tropical or subtropical ecosystem. So basically they are limited to a certain range of temperature. So they don't like to stay in a very cold area, even though we have some cold factory carbonates, but usually they like warm temperatures. So they stay in the tropical ecosystem in most cases. Please, if there is any issue, open your mic and say something, so I will stop and we'll find out if there is some interruption or there is a loss of connection and so on and so on. Since I am in my office, I assume I have strong connection, so there should not be a problem. But if there is, please let me know. And so temperature is one of the requirements for carbonate formation. So they would like to stay in a warm tropical setting. So the second criteria is salinity. So normally carbonate producing organisms will remain in the normal marine salinity around 35-36 per minute, right? They don't really like a very brackish one. They don't like also fresh water, right? So they would like to stay in that marine salinity level. And the third criteria is for carbonate producing organisms to function and produce more sediments, there should be a life. This is a kind of prerequisite for life because they have to carry on photosynthesis with the help of symbiotic algae. So they have to remain in a place in a water depth that helps them to get enough sunlight penetration. Usually the production of sediment will be directly proportional with the amount of life or with amount of light penetrated to that particular depth. The fourth criteria is the water depth. So they don't like to stay in a very deep, they don't like to be exposed as well. So a water depth is one of the prerequisites or requirements for carbonate producing organisms to remain healthy and produce more sediments. So basically they will remain in the photozone and in the photic zone where they will get enough sunlight so that photosynthesis will carry on, and then there will be a growth in the carbonate producing zone. This all refers to the production of carbonates using the biological process. The fifth controlling factor is siliciclastic influx. This is quite detrimental. Means is if you have more siliciclastics coming into that particular depositional environment, then of course the environment will be poisoned. Means is first of all it will be dirty. So means is the light penetration will be compromised. If there is light penetration, basically the third criteria will be affected. And if that's affected, it's a prerequisite for life, then of course the carbonate producing platform or the carbonate reef system will be sick, and finally it will be dead, right? So this is a very important one. And the sixth one is availability of nutrients. So as we said, I'm referring to the majority of carbonate produced by organic processes. So these are animals and they need food. So they will be anchored in a place where you have a continuous supply of nutrition using the upwelling systems and the mixing systems in the marine setting. All right. So that being said, so basically, why do we need to study? So most of the time when we study depositional environments, actually we are going back in time into the time where those particular rocks were deposited. So that's the reason. The reason is because most of the depositional conditions control fishes distribution, right? So because main attributes of fishes are reflections of depositional processes and depositional environments, right? So basically what was the process and where was the environment and so on will affect what type of fishes that you are dealing with at present day. And then it also helps us a knowledge of having a knowledge of depositional environments. That particular sediment rock will help us also help us to have a predictive model, because in sedimentology it's not just only you describe what you see and so on, but you should have also a kind of imaginative mindset, so you will be able to predict what fishes, in which direction, in what geometry, and so on and so on. So basically it will help us to identify the geometry of the depositional body. In this case, I'm referring to the reservoir. And the geometry, knowing the geometry is important, because at the end of the day, you will be dealing with that geometry to calculate your volume and your results. They say if you are also looking for a limestone volume in terms of for industrial purposes and so on, so it will help you also to understand how much resources that you can tap from that particular succession. And for those of us interested in understanding how the Earth functions with time, so the Earth's history, carbonates, as I mentioned, they are one of the fossiliferous sediment rocks, so they do have a lot of mystery recorded in those rocks. So that is the the essence of sedimentology, to build a kind of predictive view of the especially the subsurface. If we are dealing with surface condition, maybe it's not that difficult, but if we are dealing with subsurface condition, and then you have a limited data to visualize the whole aspect of the subsurface, then your predictive ability, your understanding how the depositional system works is quite important and useful in the industry. All right, so how do we then how do we study the depositional environments of carbonates? Basically, we should start with the observation, right? If we have something to observe, basically that has to be started from observation. We may observe outcrops, you may observe rocks, cores, you may observe samples, and so on and so on. So with the objective that you will interpret at what condition and at what depths, at what temperature, salinity, and so on, they were deposited. So the whole objective is that you will be able to tell the distribution of that particular fishes, and by having an understanding of distribution of that particular fishes, you will be able also to tell what quality of reservoir that you would expect in that subsurface. And then also, of course, as I said, it will help you also to estimate the reservoirs. It will help you also to construct the paleodepositional, environmental conditions in that particular geological setting. So that's how it should be done. But in case if you don't have things to observe, then basically you will depend on some of the technologies, probably seismic sections where you may look into seismic fishes and then probably use some analogs to interpret your subsurface geometry. So this is more of a summarized picture of the depositional setting in carbonates. So it's taken from Packer, 1991. And here we can have basically two categories. The first one is you have a depositional environment, and then you have depositional bodies. The depositional environment, you can see it in two ways. You have a setting, and you have a condition associated to that particular setting. And then in that setting, you may have coastal setting, lagunal setting, barrier setting, or the open sea setting, including the slope and depot centers. And then the conditions that are associated with those conditions are like you have supratidal to intertidal setting condition in that particular setting. You may have a restricted shallow marine low energy condition, and then you may have a normal shallow marine where most of the carbonate producing organisms will be sitting. This is a high energy, and that will produce the depositional bodies like beach, spits, tidal flats, sarcas, and so on. And then in the lagunal setting, mainly because this is restricted. If it is restricted, it will be more brackish. If it is more brackish, basically it will compromise the diversity of carbonate producing organisms. And in that case, it will result in kind of very calm, low energy environment that results mainly into muddy rocks. And then in the normal shallow marine high energy condition, then you will have various types of reefs, bioclasts, weed, sandbars, and so on and so on, depending whether your carbonate producing organism is organic or inorganic. If it is inorganic, you will have weed dominated fishes. If you have organic reef, then basically you will have bioclasses and so on and so on. So this is the area, the main area where you will have a grainy dominated fishes that will be good for reservoir, right? I'm a petroleum geologist, so I will focus on that aspect. Hopefully, some of the audience are also from the petroleum industry. And this is just a schematic diagram, so that as you go down in the deep marine, you have a contribution coming from the shallow marine plus also the deep marine. So this will result into hemipelagic sediments, and then when you reach to lysocline, you increase the dissolution of the carbonate. So and then further when you reach into CCD, a calcite composition in depths, where you will have completely dissolved the whole skeletal components. So beyond the depths of CCD, you won't really able to find any of the skeletal components or any of the carbonate grains, right? They will be dissolved and precipitated as a lime, carbonate lime mud. Okay, I think that's the whole summary of a carbonate depositional setting. And if someone understands this very well, then probably it can take you a longer distance, and probably also will help you, to develop your this is basically a 2D, but of course you need to visualize it in a 3D view as well. So that being said, so now we will try to see what kind of fishes, what kind of texture we have in those particular depositional settings and depositional conditions associated with those depositional geometries. So now we will continue into the nomenclature or textural description of the carbonate sediments. Is there any question? Let me stop for a while and let me see if the chat has some question. Yeah. Is there any question? Is there any question? No question. Dr. Monkol, is it okay? Everything okay? I cannot hear you, but yeah, if there is any question, some reason.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, okay, I will proceed. If there is any question, you may drop it in the chat.
Okay, please. Is there no question?
Okay, I will proceed.
At the moment. Can you hear me, Halai? Can you hear me? No.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Any question? Please, Indonesian language, never mind. Any question?
I will proceed then.
Mr. Andrea? Okay, we will to be continue. Sir, yes, yes. We will to be continue, sir.
All right. Okay. So I will proceed, and then if there is any question, you can drop it in the chat. All right. Okay. So we proceed to the carbonate texture, and on the texture, as I said, when we say texture, is quite basic. So it's all we're referring to the grain size, the geometry, and also the relationship between those grains. So the texture in carbonates is usually controlled, or they are a reflection of energy level at the time of deposition. That means is when you have a muddy texture on your rock, that means it was deposited in a calm environment, in a relatively low environment, in a low energy environment. That's what it is telling. And if you have a grainy texture on your hand specimen, then it's telling you that was deposited in a high energy environment, quite turbiditic or quite energetic environment. So textural composition, as I said, is also closely related to reservoir properties, where you have a grain texture. We refer to a better reservoir properties. We have a muddy texture, we refer to compromised reservoir properties. Because if you have a coarse grain, or let's say grainy texture, basically will leave a space between the grains, and then there is a chance that you preserve a primary porosity between the textures. I hope I'm not talking to myself. Hope the audience is able to listen to me. I'm trying to reach Prof. Moncol through WhatsApp, so to make sure the audience is able to listen to what I'm trying to say. Okay, I thank you. I got the confirmation. I appreciate that, and sorry for the issues. I should be able to listen to you. All right. Okay. So this is what it means. So textural classification in carbonates are mainly based on proportion of the constituents, grains, mud matrix, and the cement. So those should provide some useful information on the depositional environment, including depositional energy and so on, and the reservoir characters, whether it's going to be a good reservoir or a bad reservoir. For those of us in the petroleum industry, because we see the importance or the significance or the value of a carbonate rock is in terms of reservoir, its reservoir quality or its reservoir characteristics. So what are the parameters required for us to describe or give a name of that particular carbonate rock? So basically, we need to know the ingredients, like what we can name a cake, whether vanilla cake or chocolate cake, based on the the ingredients that we put into that particular cake. The same is true also for our carbonate rocks. We need to know the components. We need to know the components, the size of the grains or the crystals, and we need to know the type of component, whether it is bounded or not bounded. We need to know the matrix, basically the material that the grains are floating on, and with it, whether it's matrix supported or grain supported. At the same time, also we need to quantify it. We need to have a kind of estimation, a quantitative estimation between the matrix and the grains. At the same time, should know also the structure of the particles, whether it is intact or whether it is fragmented and so on and so on, because it will convey some information about the depositional environment. So again, the second thing is we should know the component, means the ingredients in detail, and at the same time we should know also the depositional environment. To know the depositional environment, we should be able to know the list of categories or the list of parameters that we put here, and at the same time we have a process that may override or erase the whole history or whole depositional texture of that particular rock. So we need to subtract the impact of diagenesis processes as well, right? So like dissolution or any compaction and so on has to be, or neomorphism and so on has to be subtracted from that process. So that's the two criteria that helps us to name the rock. So for now, we do have a number of suggested classifications for carbonates. And this is the first one is you have the Folk classification, 1962. And this is again based on the relative percentage of grains and matrix. And then you have the Dunham classification, the same year. I come to know those two guys were friends, probably having a couple of wine, but they never tell what they are doing. So as the same year, they have produced the same two different classifications for the same rock. So basically, we know Folk is more of into siliciclastic, but he used his siliciclastic knowledge to propose some textural classification for carbonates in the same year. And the same Dunham also based on mud versus grain supported, and this is on percentage. This is on support, whether it is basically more or less the same. And then you have the Emery and Cloven classification, 1971. After almost 10 years, they do have learned from what is the strengths and the weakness of the first classifications, and then they come up with the use of mud versus grain supported fabrics, and mainly this is used to coarse-grained fishes, and then quite useful if you are in the coal warehouse. And then you have the right classification, 1931, where he introduced a kind of genetic division, which includes a biological source and diagenetic source, and also depositional fabrics and so on and so on. So he introduced a kind of ternary classification, but I think it's rarely is used as far as I know. And then you have the Lucia classification, 1995, where he usually develop a classification that is more of tuned to reservoir application, so that can be used into reservoir modeling and so on and so on, and can be also tied with well data. So now I will go in detail into a few of the classifications. So for example, the Folk classification, and basically based on allochems, where what we mean by allochem means is the grains. So you have the allochems, the type of allochems here, and you have the semen. So the combination of semen, and you have spar semen and matrix, and then you have also orthochemical rocks that are actually altered ones. So let's say in this classification is a combination of the semen and the allochems, basically the grains. So if you have a semen of spar, and then you have intra-class, it becomes intra-sparite. If you have weeds, non-skeletal grains, then become weed sparite. If you have fossils, then become biosparite. If you have pellets, waste products of those carbonate producing organs, you become pelletsparite and so on and so on. So you have, if you have matrix, they say micritic matrix combined with those skeletal or with those allochems becomes intramicrite, oomicrite, biomicrite, pellemicrite, and so on. And here also we have micrite, so micritic matrix like in any grains. And then if you have developing sparite, then it becomes dysmicrite as well. And then these are alloctonic reef rocks like biolithite, like we later on we'll see it with poundstone and so on, framestone. And then Fazer also, as we say, he based on the percentage of the grains and the matrix. So here you have over 2/3 of the texture is dominated by matrix. So you have the percentage of allochems, and 0 to 1 becomes micrite, dysmicrite, 1 to 10 become fossiliferous micrite, 10 to 50 becomes spare micrite, biomicrite, and so on and so on. If you have an equal amount of those matrix and spar semen, then becomes a kind of poorly worshipped biomicrite. If you have, and then he also introduced sorting, so you have sorting poor, sorting good, and rounded and abraided ones. So in this case, you have unsorted biospirite and sorted biospirite and rounded biospirite and so on, right? Oops. So I do have an exercise. If you don't mind, you can scan this one. But if you don't want, I will skip it. I'm not sure if the audience have access to internet. Prof. Monkol, you can just drop me a message in the WhatsApp if I need to skip it. I skip it or I wait. So far, I don't have any audience scanning the barcode. All right, I have. Okay. All right, I have a few audience to keep it a bit engaging. Excellent. So while waiting for the audience, so in for classification, what term is used for carbonate rocks with more than 10% allochems? Here, allochems are for those at undergrad level. Allochems means the grains. Spirite means is the semen. Orthochemicals means those which are reworked, and micrite means is kind of microcrystalline carbonate minerals or calcite. Right, please answer. I do have 14 participants. Answer. All right, excellent. Excellent, 6 of you have answered already. Okay. If you have answered, it should be straightforward. All right, I give 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, 10 of you have answered it. All right, excellent. All right, I appreciate the participants of the audience. So this is how it goes, right? So majority have captured oh no. All right, that's excellent. All right, so this is majority is here. So all right, so we continue for the next one. So again, thank you again. I thank you. So grains and crystal site, as I said, Folk has a strong background in silicic classics, so he introduced the grain sites as well. So basically, you will see them transport constituents, so range from very coarse calcrudite into very fine calculutite. Lutite means clay, arenite means sand, and rhodite means gravel, and so on. So the grain size is also referring here. And then you have autogenic constants, extremely coarse crystalline, very coarse crystalline, and so on and so on. Yeah, this one, if you really want to go in depth, you can also refer Peter Shaw book, the AAPG Mayor of I think Mayor of 77. Yeah. All right. So the next one is Dunham classification. So on Dunham classification is mainly focused on the fabric support, basically mud versus grain supported, and it is designed for a practical aspect, or basically in field and in thin section. So the previous one, Folk, is actually you really need to sit on a thin section. So this is petrographic optimized classification, whereas this can be used also for field as well as petrographical analysis. So what we have here is, so the first thing that you look is do you able to recognize depositional texture? If you say so, then you are in this category. If you do not recognize any depositional feature, let's say you don't recognize any forum, coral, or any of those grains, then you just, life is easy. You put it, you cannot recognize any of those depositional features or textures. You put it just crystalline rock. In most cases, will be crystalline dolomite and so on and so on, right? But if you able to recognize depositional textures, then of course you have again two options. You need to look into that depositional texture and say whether that depositional texture are bounded or not bounded. If originally bounded, then it is again, life is easy. That means you find the skeletal components or the components intact, then you just call it bound zone, right? So this is easy, much easier. And then if the grains are not bounded, which will be the most of the cases, then in that case, again, you have two categories. You need to look whether it contains mud or lack mud. If there is no mud, the grains are not really bounded, they are scattered or fragmented and so on, but you need to look into the sample or the rock where it contains mud or not. If it doesn't contain any mud, then in this case, it is a grain zone. It's a grain zone, much easier. But if it contains mud, then you need to quantify the amount of mud. And basically you can say, is it mud supported or grain supported? If we say it's a grain supported, then again, it's a pack zone. If it is mud supported, then it will be, it has a possibility of to be one of those mud zone or wax zone. So the difference is a bit a gray area here is possibly mud zone between wax zone and mud zone, also a bit confusing, at least for beginner sedimentologists. But for wax zone and pack zone, because they contain both mud, the only distinction that probably can help you is if the grains are in contact, then it becomes a pack zone. If the grains are just floating on the matrix, but more than 10%, then in this case, it is a wax zone, right? So it's just as simple as this one. And this is actually the most used in classification, textural classification in the petroleum industry, at least as far as I know. But in a normal life, geologists might be used a combination of those classifications. Again, I do have a little bit of exercise, if you don't mind, and you may go ahead and scan this QR code and let me know, Prof. Mongkol, if I don't need to do this one, if it is kind of boring and so on, please let me know. I will skip it. I will skip it. Drop me in your WhatsApp, and then I will skip it. Right? This is just I designed it in such a way that it would be a bit of interactive, because the assumption I had is we have more of okay. So proceed with the scan. If ready, then okay. This is the question: what is the main criteria for classifying carbonate rocks using the Dunham classification system? So it was the first option is based on texture, fossil content, color, grain size. Yeah. Right. Go ahead. Right. So far, I have an answer. Right. The audience are quite active. I do have 22, 23. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. For the sake of saving time, we proceed. So these are the answers. Right. Okay. All right. Based on texture, basically again is based on the proportion of because when we define texture, it contains the grain size and the geometry, and then and also the proportion, right? So again, I have another question. Which term describes carbonate rock? with grains supported by matrix and so on. I think I will skip this one. I'll skip as well, but the audience, you can, okay, I will let you scan and you answer. I think I'm going to run time or not. Oh yeah, still have some time. Okay. All right, so far the answers look like this. Ahead. Oh yeah, we have more audience now. Appreciate that. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, so we continue with the next one. So the next one, which carbonate rock types are characterized by a lack of mud and grains touching each other, right? I think it's straightforward. I already said it during the previous slides. So those of you quite actively attending the session, you should be able to answer it just instantly. All right, I thank you very much. I think this is the answer so far. 13 of you have answered, and here you go. All right, okay. Okay, this is the just the feedback. Okay, so we continue with the third classification. This is Emery and Cloven. Again, as I said, this is more of it's an extension of dynamic classification. It is for coarse clastic and reef rocks by adding a grain size. So what they add is a grain size. The percentage over there with Danam. So they introduce like floatstone and rollstone, buffelstone, bindstone, and also framestone. This is quite useful actually at the if you are let's say describing a core in a core warehouse. This is quite handy and quite useful. Yeah. And then this is more of to show you the how those textural classifications could be associated with the depositional models. So you can have a grainstone towards this high energy environment, buffelstone, bindstone, framestone, and so on in the reef front. And then the four reefs, you can have also those kind of skeletal or carbonate producing organs like platycorals, branching corals, massive corals, and some encrusting organisms. And then you can have also in the back of the reef, you can have like buffelstone, floatstone, and so on and so on. And then this is a typical reef zonation. So you have the what you do. So it was all right. You guys have experience in blackout. All right. So should I retrieve any of those? All right. All right. Wait. Yeah. Sure.
Sir,
Sure.
make you
Okay.
done.
All right. All right. I can see is there is probably an issue with electricity. All right, so I will continue. Thank you. I will continue. Okay, so for those, I was just trying to see how the textural classifications are actually distributed in the depositional model, and here I was trying to mention the carbonate modern carbonate platform where we have the high energy environment in this area, low energy environment, the back of the reef, and so on. And then you have some internal lagoon where you will expect some muddy texture, and you have more of these VIP seats will be dominated by grainy texture. In that particular grain texture is you can relate it back to the depositional bodies, depositional condition, and the settings of the that we have discussed from Thacker 1991 in the previous few slides. All right, so basically the wind direction is important because it helps to mobilize the nutrition. It helps to move out what is being depleted and then replenish it with or replace it with nutrition loaded water. Yeah. Okay, this is the right classification where I said introduce depositional features and biological features and their genetic features. So basically, has those major processes influencing the texture. So biological processes that may influence the texture, and the positional processes and their genetic processes. That basically this is more of on the production side. This is on the formation of the carbonates, and this is on during the deposition, and this is more of post-depositional process that affect the texture. So we try to introduce a few terminologies that I rarely found used in the literature, right? So, but this is also it's a progress in that aspect. You know, he tried to see whether the present fabric reflects depositional process mainly, or mainly the biological, that means the organic construction like bound stone, frame stone, and so on, or more of to their genetic, that means more of affected, for example, by post-depositional process, because, for example, everything is recrystallized. So in that case, you have a kind of crystalline texture. And then you have the folk, the Lucia classification, 90, probably those of you interested, you can have his paper of 1995. And Lucia has practically introduced the petrophysical classification of the grains and crystal sizes combined with sorting, and then that helps us to predict the type of porosity and permeability behavior in that particular rock. So this is quite useful in the oil and gas industry. It can be also plotted together with well logs, so you can have a class 1 type of reservoir where you can have a lot of porosity. The blue here is porosity, and the other colors representing the grains. The pink, the white, and the yellows are representing the grains. Then you have also, of course, you have the grain size and the sorting and so on. And so this is a class 1 texture, and the class 1 type of reservoir, the class 2 type of reservoir, and then you have the class 3 type of reservoir, mainly dominated with mods and so on and so on. So basically, in terms of reservoir, will be relatively poor compared to the 2 classes, right? So this is quite applicable, that you need to go to petrographic analysis and able to see the grain size, able to measure the grain size, and also able to and so on. Okay, with that said, again, I do have another exercise. I think I'm running time, so I will I will skip it. I'll skip the exercise, but basically if you are interested, hope everybody back online, you may scan it. Please list 5 textural classifications that are proposed in the carbonate field. Can you do so? Prof. Monkal, are you all right? Okay. All right, I have 2 participants. Oh, great. Just put the words, you know, the classifications. Thank you, Katie. All right, Arrow. Hope you capture them. So we have Falk, Imran, Wright, and Lucia. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so we'll continue. We'll continue. So we have Fall, Denham, Betty John. All right, Imran Clavan, and Deep or Katie Arrow. Okay, I'm not sure with that, but we have Fall, Cameron, Imran Clavan, Danam, Lucia, and Rai. Okay. So just a few examples, you know, a few examples. For example, how do they look like? How that textural classification look like when in a practical petrographic no, hold on. No, I am not muted. I'm not muted. Can anybody listen to me? Can you hear me? Is it muted? Okay. All right. Okay.
Not
Excellent.
yet, sir.
Excellent.
Not yet, sir.
All right. So now just would like to show you a few examples. For
Not yet.
example, this is a mudstone. You can see that if we have a few pelagic foraminiferas scattered here and there, and we do have also a sealed fracture, and so on. You have pelagic foraminiferas here and there, and then this is possibly since you have pelagic foraminifera floating on your mud supported texture, possibly was deposited in a deep water environment. And then again, you have another wax stone, which is again mud supported, but with more than 10% grains. And then you have like larger benthic foramifera and some benthic foramifera scattered here in the thick shell, thick tests, and possibly, and then you have also some shell fragments somewhere here and so on. And in this case, this might be deposited in a shallow marine environment, if shallow marine environment setting. And then you have, again, this is also another wax stone. Probably could be confusing with pack stone, but you have a lot of this is mud support. And so we have a lot of grains, mainly pelagic foraminiferas and ammonite. And then you have also a thin-shelled paleozoic and so on. And in this case, it could be deposited in a deep marine setting. No, I cannot hear you, Dr. Monkal. I cannot hear from your side. Can you hear me now? All right, hold on. Hold on. Hold on then. All right, I will try. Audio setting now.
Check. Check.
Hello, hello, Halai, can you hear me? Hello, Halai, can you hear me? No.
All. Hello, all the team. It's not me. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, can somebody try?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please. Now I
Okay,
can
thank
hear
you.
you, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I apologize for that. So should I continue now? How was it? Can I get your feedback, please? How
Continue,
was
please.
it? Do you guys?
Continue, please, sir.
All right.
Continue, please,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Okay. All right. Resolve. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So this is a few examples that that you can use those classification. Mainly, I'm emphasizing on dynamic classification. And here you have also a grain supported packstone, and then basically this thin section is a stain, alizarin radius stain. So the pinkish color indicates that those grains are made up of calcite. So you can easily identify also the compositional, the mineralogical composition of the sample. So you have mud matrix. So then those unstained ones are the matrix, and then the blue ones are representing the porosity, and then you have some forums here, and then this is weeds and some paleoids and benti foramifera. So possibly this should have been deposited in a shallow water environment, shallow marine environment. And this is a packstone as well, but we have a lot of mud in between, so we have a lot of grains as well. This is mainly pelagic foramifera, flow of foramifera, flow of those thin shell pelecypods, and some crinoid stems, and so on. So this is possibly deposited somewhere in a deep marine setting. All right, and then here we have a grain zone. So the grain zone, the black here represents the porosity, and this is more of weeds, dominated by weeds. So possibly should have been deposited in a shallow water, high energy environment. You have also some bioclasses and so on and so on. And all right, and then also grain, but this is grain support contain no mud at all. So you have again the black here represents. So you have a development of secondary porosity, and the grains are really packed, and then that the dissolved stuff has to be settled somewhere. So it is actually taking the primary porosity, but you have a development of secondary porosity. So if we look into the depositional environment, possibly was deposited in a shallow water environment. We know where the weeds are possibly formed. Here you have a bound stone. So basically the textural deposition, the textural texture or the depositional texture is bounded. So in here we have a branching coral. So basically this is a bound stone, yeah, using the Dunham classification. This is possibly deposited in a shallow marine environment. And here you have also another bound stone coming from stromatolites. I think we will have a talk on stromatolites in the afternoon or after this. And this is again one of the oldest organically produced carbonates, and it has a sticky nature, so it can trap some sediments like what you see here. And you have those different layers of stromatolites and so on. These are the oldest ones which produce to we start to produce oxygen into our oxidizing atmospheres. So, but still survive until this time. And then you have the last one is the crystalline texture. So the crystalline texture is basically you cannot identify any depositional texture, so that's why you just put it as a crystalline. In this case, you have a lot of dolomite crystals, and in this case, this is just a crystalline rock. So if you really want to understand where it was deposited, then this is kind of educated guess, no? Because we don't have any texture, depositional texture, so we cannot be really sure where it was deposited unless we have other clues, because the whole thing is now overwritten or overprinted by the genetic process. So in summary, I have tried to introduce a little bit of carbonate sedimentology and why we need to be a good sedimentologist, good imaginative sedimentologist, so that we're able to see the distribution of different fishes in, let's say, from the petroleum industry. We are interested more into the reservoir, and so that reservoir is going to be related to high energy environment, high energy depositional environment, as I said, and those fishes distributions are also governed mainly by the energy level during the depositional time. And for that, once we have an idea about what we expect and so on, then we should be able to name the rock. And to name the rock, we have a few suggested or a few proposed methods to do so. And this is quite important because in every science, we need to have a certain standard to communicate seamlessly. Because if, let's say, a geologist in Indonesia call a grainstone some other things, and a geologist in Malaysia, I call it something else, and a geologist in Thailand call the same texture and so on, call a different thing, then basically it will be really, really hard to progress in our field. So we need to have a kind of standardized way of communicating our findings and so on. So those classifications are quite important. In most cases, especially in the oil and gas industry, we use dynamic classification. And I would invite, especially the students, to practice more on dynamic classification, and of course should be able also to know the other classification, because none of those classifications are perfect. So in most cases, we may use also a combination of those classifications. With that, I would like to thank you, UNESCO, and our project, the Project 700, and IUGS, and the Geopark Merangin Jambi, and of course the organizing team from Mahasarekam University and Universitas Jambi, and of course my University Technology Petronas. And I thank you. If there is any question and so on, I would like to open the floor. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Halai, and some explanation for Mr. Halai about the characteristic carbonate, such as grainstone, packstone, and relate to texture and marshmallow. Okay, the next session we will be lunch. Okay, never mind. Okay, everyone, any question? Okay, please, Mr.
Hello, Dr. Halai. I am Kantanat. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please
Okay.
don't ask very difficult question, yeah, Katana.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much for your talk. It's very important for us about the carbonate classification. Also, I have a quick question. Because of we have so many classification from the many of the others. Is possibility to make the one universal classification in the one chart. What do you think about this one? Yeah, this is my question.
Katana, this is a good question, you know, and then always science is progressive, and you are a young geologist, and then working in the field, if you would like to combine or modify or a new one, you are most welcome, and it will depend how useful and how accepted by the people in the field. But for now, I think in the industry we are more into dynamic classification because relatively quite much easier compared to the others. You don't need to really sit in the lab on top. It can be used also in the lab, but it can be also used in the field. For example, if you are in the core warehouse, probably it will be difficult to use the others in the embryo and cloven classification, where you can see, let's say, milestone and so on, postone and so on. Maybe you may see if it is possible. I mean, it's quite open. If somebody come up with some creative combination of those classifications, so we use one and one, right? I wouldn't rule out that we will have a new one, but in my mind, I don't have any.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Katan. Any question, everybody? Okay. Yes.
Iya, terima kasih. Izinkan saya bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia, Pak Wiki, untuk mempromosikan bahasa Indonesia. Ya, pertanyaan saya begini.
So I would love to have an interpreted version of that, but we will have a discussion about that.
Okay, Ibu Ata, should I use English?
If possible, I would appreciate that.
Okay. I'm Wulan. I'm not a geologist and not from geologist communities. And I want to ask something that makes me wonder about what you explained this morning. This is about time scale. On a time scale of tens of thousands to millions of years, what kind of investment should we begin today for the benefit of life on Earth in the far distant future? And the second question is, with the civilization we have now, what might future sedimentologists, tens or thousands or even millions of years from now, if the end of the world is still that far away, discover or interpret from what we leave behind? Thank you, sir. That's my question.
A bit breaking. It's quite a philosophical question, and the first one is what investment? What should we do now so that we live a kind of clean or good environment for the future generation? That was the first question, if I understand it correctly. Yes. Was it the first question?
The first question is, what kind of investment should we begin today for the benefit of life on Earth in the far distant future?
All right. Okay. Let me address that one. Of course, I will not be able to predict exactly, but I will share my view. So I think we should be. I think the Earth is enough for all of us, as far as we use it wisely without affecting the opportunities for the coming
few generations, right? So basically, I captured somewhere. I think maybe you are environmentalist, or I'm not sure, but I captured somewhere. We need to act locally and think globally. So in an aspect is whatever we do today, let's say that probably affects, let's say if you see in terms of carbonates, we do something that could affect the lives of a reef, could affect the life of carbonate producing organisms. We should be restrained from, spoiling those natural environments without, of course, compromising our living standard, right? So I believe if we are not too greedy and so on, so the earth should be good enough for all of us. Maybe not really good enough if we don't use it wisely. So the investment is actually awareness, right? We should really have to have awareness on everybody's mind, in every family. You should start from family, then goes to school, community, and all the way. So we act locally, and then probably the impact will be globally, and possibly will extend in terms of time, right? In a long future. But in geology, we count in millions. I'm not sure how the human being will evolve in the coming few millions. Either we survive, we don't survive. I'm not sure, but that's what I can say. I don't know if I capture your question, Juan. Yeah. Thank you. Back to you. What was the second question? I'm so sorry for not capturing it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. The second question is, with the civilization we have now, what might future sedimentologists, tens of thousands or even millions of years from now, if the end of the world is still that far away, discover or interpret from what we leave behind?
All right. Okay. Excellent. This one is for in geoscience. We do have a principle. We call it uniformitarianism. It is a principle that says the process remains the same, but maybe the actors change. Or we say the present is the key. The present is the key to the past. So the geologists that probably the sediments coming after millions of years, I think probably the processes may remain the same. I mean, the processes that we are as sedimentologists, we don't have the privilege actually to see what was happening 100 million years or 18 million years, even in Miocene. But we look into the rocks and see what was happening, what was the energy level, what was the salinity, what was the water depth, what was the temperature, what was the humidity, and so on and so on. We can have some idea. So the same I would expect the geologists, the next generations of sedimentologists should be able to learn also from their modern processes, the processes at their time, and then able to see what we were doing at this time of at this time in this particular Earth. You know, I'm not sure, but again, Earth is dynamic. If you think of about few tens of millions of years, so probably what we spoil now is again reworked and so on and so on. Probably have a new product of rocks or a new type of configuration. We don't know. Maybe the current Southeast Asia might be different in a few million years in the future. So those are my views in geoscience. We do have the privilege of might be like this, might be like that, and so on and so on. So that's my way of addressing your answer. Yeah, quite philosophical questions. Yeah, thank you. Right, I back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Halai.
You're welcome.
Attention for the participant. Remind to fill in the attendance link provided as a basis for creating a certificate. And this session, please to the participant lunch, and then we'll come back in this room at 1 p.m. Please, thank you.
Thank you to all speaker and moderator for the enlightening discussion. To Sir Hari Wiki Utama, you are pleased to sit back to your seat. The happiest participant, we will now take an 1 hour lunch and prayer break. Please return by 1 p.m. a half to ensure the program continues smoothly. Enjoy your meal and see you shortly.
All right, so I will be leaving. Thank you very much, and I will end the event on my side. Thank you. Bye bye.
Enggak lagi karena ini udah terakhir karena online juga. Nanti abis itu kan langsung lanjut dengan basic ini. Dengan ini kalau nggak salah.
Berarti Pak, bagusnya kayak gini aja nggak sih Pak? Apa? Kan ini kan mereka resepsi terbaca. Dan nanti langsung akan dilanjutkan. Zoomnya siapa Pak?
Okay, we can do it later.
Online dulu, nanti baru ini lagi langsung dengan dokter mau.
To start now.
Berarti nanti Yohana habis itu maju lagi ya Pak?
Check.
Jadi langsung ini nanti dari apa namanya dokter Stephen ini nanti langsung aja disambut seperti yang Yohana sampaikan tadi. Oke. Ya, langsung ketemu. Ya. Pak, saya dulu. Semangat, Pak. Siap, semangat, Pak.
Check. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next session. Allow me to inform you for our next session will be continued without any breaks. So if you will be pleased to do prayer time if you need. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with a virtual session titled Stromatolite Component Texture and Paleo-Environmental Interpretation by Dr. Stephen Kershaw from Brunel University of London, Kingston Lane, Uxbridge, Middlesex, UB8 3PH. And then, after the session, it will be continued by Mr. Dr. Mongkol Udkahun to present an overview of the IGCP 700 program and continue the matters of basic identification of common fossils in late Palaeozoic limestone in Southeast Asia discussion. To the Dr. Stephen Kershaw, your time and place is please.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Okay, I share my presentation. So I hope you can see this.
Yeah, we see that.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're all set. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for this invitation to give a presentation on stromatolites. Very pleased to do this, very interesting topic, and I hope you find it interesting. There is a copy of this presentation which I gave to Moncol to upload, so you should be able to access it and download it for study later. And also, you can always contact me. I'm on email, so easy to find. And if you have any questions about it, I'll be very pleased to try to answer them. Okay, so the purpose of this is to understand the basics ideas of stromatolites. This is under the idea of IGCP 700, which is a training program. And so this presentation is aimed to try to help you understand these structures when you see them in the field and hand specimens and under the microscope as well. So here is the aim, 45 minutes. We have watch the time carefully. So we'll look at the range of construction of stromatolites, look at a little bit about their environments, and there are a couple of cases in Thailand which are included as well. So again, just to remind you, we're focusing on details here. So so if you had a stromatolite in your hand under the microscope, so you could try to identify what you can see. So the plan of the presentation is I'll say a few words about the basic features of stromatolites, and then I'm going to give you 8 case studies which shows differences between these things. And I chose these to illustrate a range. Okay, what are stromatolites? Well, they are a kind of microbialite, and there is a lot of work on microbialites. It's a huge topic, and there are effectively 5 types. And so the stromatolite, layerlite, thrombolite, dendrolite, and then hybrids. It's not a precise classification, but it's quite a good framework to think about how these materials look when you see them. So generally speaking, stromatolites are layered structures in contrast to the other types. And they are made up of a variety of things. A lot of what they're made out of is microbial cells, cyanobacteria. As you can see on the left-hand side of this picture, there are 2 SEM photographs of sediments showing filamentous and rod-like cyanobacteria. I think I've got a pointer here. Okay, just use a pointer there. So here, these are the filamentous cyanobacteria, and here's some rod-like, little tiny rods of cyanobacteria, and then all the rest of this picture and this picture, all the rest of it is the sedimentary material. So you can see that the cyanobacteria are really bound into the sediment, and they are helping to stabilize it and lithify it. But you also get other things here. There's all this funny looking, strange looking stuff here, these rather vague lines. This is something called extracellular polymeric substances, EPS. And in this case, there are diatoms here. There's a microalgae, there's a diatom there. And so EPS is a complex chemical output by the microbial organisms, and they help to cement the rock mass. So EPS is really quite a prominent aspect of the study of microbialites. Problem, of course, is you can't always see it preserved in ancient rock because it's made of organic matter. So it's not necessarily preserved, but the idea that it exists can be understood by studying the sediment. There are also things called heterotrophs, which are these sulfate-reducing bacteria, which I haven't included here, but they can be part of stromatolites as well. Okay, the next picture shows a range of publications. Now you'll have the copy of this. You can download, and then you can go through these papers. I've chosen papers that you can easily find, and there's a couple of books. If you look for these on the internet, you can download these entire books for free, so they're easy to get. So all of these should be accessible very easily, and they are good basic references which will tell you a lot of useful information. Of course, there is a huge amount more published on stromatolites, but you can't read everything. If you were able to look at these things, then you'll have a fairly good idea. Okay, so stromatolites are, the iconic stromatolites are in Western Australia, a place called Shark Bay. And here are some photographs that were given to me some years ago. I haven't been to Shark Bay myself, but basically these are the iconic stromatolites that everybody knows about. And this word stromatolite is most usefully associated with organic structures, but the word stroma means a layer, and the light part means rock. So stromatolite means layered rock in it's sort of Greek-related root definitions. However, a lot of stromatolites contain only sediment, so you can also call them sedimentary structures. So it creates a bit of a problem, but it's most usefully considered as to be a type of fossil. And here are some photographs that were given to me by Maurice Tucker, who, if you read any textbooks on carbonates, you would know Maurice Tucker is one of the world's top carbonate sedimentologists. And he gave me these very nice pictures from the original quarry in Germany where stromatolites were first found and named by Kalkowski in a 1908 paper. So that's what they look like in the field. And this picture has come out of a paper which you have the reference for, and it shows you how stromatolites have got a long geological history. Basically, they are much more abundant in the Precambrian, and they've become a lot less abundant through time. So this is all strata, all marine sediments, and this is all marine carbonates. So a lot of stromatolites are in carbonate rocks. And you can see how they've gone up and down over the millions of years related to things like sea level rise, sea level fall, mass extinction. So here, for example, at the end of the Ordovician is the late Ordovician mass extinction event. And then here is the Permian-Triassic boundary event. You see just there, it goes down and comes back up again. And the reason for this is the extinction event here, which killed off 97% of everything alive, was allowed the stimulation of stromatolites. And there is a lot of stromatolite growth directly after the end of the extinction event. And we'll show some pictures of those in a few minutes. Okay, so stromatolites, the classic idea of stromatolites comes from the Precambrian. And this is one of the really very nice places to visit. It's not far from Beijing, the Jixian National Geopark. And you can see here the park's been set up with nice steps made out of it so you can walk up and down, look at the stromatolites. And here's a close-up of the stromatolites. So these are the stromatolite fingers here, and then the sediment in between them. If you look at them in transverse section, you see that these are columns, so they're round, individual round columns, and then this is a sediment that is in between them. So here's a stromatolite column in transverse section, and here is the sediment that fills in the space in between them. And you do get some variations. So here's a part of the same location, and here you have some columns there with the nice layers in them, and then the sediment infilling the space in between the columns. And there is the same thing in transverse section view. So you get this idea of fingers sticking up. Now this is a very nice picture because what it shows you is a large number of columns here, which you can see the individual columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then here is a column which has broken. And what it shows you is that these things, they really did stand up like fingers from the seabed. There were solid structures on the seabed sticking up, and then this particular one has collapsed. It's broken along the layers and fallen down into the spaces between the other stromatolites. So it really emphasizes this concept that they were growing up as columns. Now if you look at them in polished block surfaces, here you can see this stromatolite layering, and this brown material is sediment. This has been oxidized, this sediment, but here is another interfilling of sediment, and on this side too. This is the same piece of rock. I just cut it and then opened it out like that. So you can see here oxidized sediment on in this area here, and then better preserved sediment here. This oxidation is to do with modern weathering. So the weathering has got down into here and changed the color, but it hasn't got into here. That's the only reason that these colors are different, is because of modern day weathering. And if you look at these things in thin section, so these are vertical thin section of the actually the last piece of rock, I took a thin section of that, And here's the beautiful stromatolite layering, and then here you can see the sediment infill, and there is the very sharp boundary between the two. And this is the best evidence that these things have been created by the activity of sticky organisms like cyanobacteria and the EPS, the extra polymeric substances I mentioned earlier. So this sharp boundary is very good evidence that this is a constructed feature. It's not sedimented directly by mechanical deposition. It's been accumulated by sticky mats. And these are commonly called agglutinated stromatolite. This is the most common kind that you find. And there's no fossil in here. There's no organic evidence that you can see. You just have this morphology, which gives you the logic that this has been accumulated by the actions of cyanobacteria sticking the grains of sediment together. If you get really close, you can see more detail. You can see it's made of very fine grained sediment with some little bits of dark matter in here. This is probably pyrite that's been oxidized, so it's a sort of slight weathering occurring. And then it also shows you how the stromatolite column has grown up and it's been interrupted. It's had been eroded, and then it's been recovered, and the new growth has come over the top of the older growth. So there's a stratigraphy in these and a process of change. Okay, that's case number 1, which is the classic case. Now let's look at case number 2 in order to contrast this with something which you would not really call a stromatolite. And this is from the Canning Basin in Western Australia. It's the famous place that you can go and look at Devonian reef systems. And there are some deeper water stromatolitic deposits there, and you can see them in the field. You see these columns. You think, oh, those look like nice stromatolites, and here's a polished block. You can see the layering in the stromatolites. It's very vague layering in them. But when you get into the thin section, they look totally different. And here is the thin section. And there you can see there's a column, and there's another column there. And this is made of layers. When you get really close to it, those layers are not made of sediment. They're made of some kind of organism. And this is a calcium microbe. It's called Rothpletzella. It's one of the very common calcium microbes. So this is some kind of microbial organism that has secreted the calcium carbonate structure, and it builds up the column. So this is not what people would call a stromatolite, because it's basically made of a skeletal fossil, and there's sediment in between the columns of this. And here's a transverse section of the same thing, and a transverse section of the details. This is calcium microbial, so therefore you should not really call these stromatolites, but some people have called them stromatolites. So it's rather a difficult thing to demonstrate in detail. One of the problems, but you'll quickly go back, when you see them in the field, they look like stromatolites. It's only when you get under the microscope you can really see that they are made of something else. So you have to be careful with this terminology to be sure that you are sure about what you're talking about. So in the field it looks like a stromatolite, but in thin section it's not. So you have to be a bit careful about it. Okay, the third case study. This is to do with, you've probably heard of the GOBE, the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event. If you haven't heard of it, do please look it up online. There's lots to read online. This is the period of time in the Middle Ordovician when there was a major change in the biota of the world. And there's a change from an essentially microbially dominated biosphere to a more skeletal metazoan growth in the biosphere. So before that happened, in the lower Ordovician, you can find lots of stromatolites. And this place here, this is in Utah, in the western part of the United States. There's this locality which they actually call it Shark Bay because it looks so much like the modern Shark Bay with these stromatolite heads here. And that's a 20 centimeter ruler, 20 centimeters scale there. And here is some close-ups. These are vertical section close-ups of domes and columns. And you can see they have a sharp margin, which is this critical thing that we want to look for in order to be able to say, you know, these are constructed objects. They're not just being sedimentary mechanical deposition. And here is a top picture. Many of these things have mineralization on the top, which is commonly used to indicate sea level still stand. So the sea level hasn't changed for a while. And so you get mineralization growing on top of the heads. And there are some fossils like these nautiloids here, which have accumulated in between. So these have been swimming around in the sea and they've died and they fell down into the spaces between the stromatolites. In thin section, this stromatolite is really rather difficult to understand because you can see here, because you can see here the sediment. It doesn't show very good layering. It's some layering. There's some layering in it, but not very good layering, and it seems to have a sort of chaotic structure in there. And you're looking close up, and you can see these rather odd areas here, and these could be burrows in the sediment. So these fabrics are rather difficult to understand. They are clearly it's clearly been constructed by the actions of microbial organisms, which have included other things in the structure. So not as simple as the ones that we saw in the Precambrian. So this is very common to see stromatolites which have this kind of structure when you go into thin sections. And when you first look at them, they are very confusing, and you have to kind of look carefully and think about what you can see before you make interpretations of them. Okay, some stromatolites are very much more complex than that. And this is the classic case. This is cryptozoan, which this name was given by a famous American geologist called James Hall in the late part of the 19th century. And in that time, they didn't know what this was. They thought it was an animal. So that's why it's called cryptozoan. Crypto means hidden, zoon means animal. So hidden animal. These are pictures which have come from some classic studies from earlier days. And here's a close-up thin section. And this was interpreted in 2020 by Lee and Riding. They thought there were sponges in here, keratose sponges, whereas this other group thought actually don't think they are sponges. Think they are stromatolite with alteration in them. And there's a paper by them which is on the list I've given you, which you can have a look at. So here is the close-up of the cryptozoan stromatolite. So here you can see filamentous areas here and micritic lines here, and then this is an altered zone where the structure has been recrystallized. And if you look carefully, you can see this altered zone merges in with the filamentous zone. If you look here, for example, it's a gradational change, which indicate this is altered and this is more like the original. So there is a lot of very careful carbonate petrography which can be undertaken studying these rocks, and they take a lot of careful looking. So when you're doing the practical session after this talk is finished, then do please look very carefully at details of the thin sections and the hand specimens. You use your hand lens to look at the rocks and look carefully under the microscope and really try to describe what you can see and try to understand what you can see. It's not always easy. Okay, now case number 5. This is from Thailand, and this I was invited by Anisong Chitnarin from Nakhon Ratchasima to work with her a few years ago, and we produced this paper which was published in the journal Facies on the famous Parquet Formation in the late Ordovician of Thailand. And this is what you see in the field. Here you can see these layered rocks, regularly banded rocks. When you look closely at them, they have this really rather complex structure with columns and then lots and lots of mineralization mixed in with the columns. And these are commonly have been interpreted as stromatolites. In some of them, you can really believe it. Here you can see the nice layering in there. But when you make polished surfaces, here's a vertical section and a transverse section of a piece of the rock. It's very hard to see. There's a column there and there's a column there. This slight dark material here is actually this stuff here. So that dark line there, that dark area there, is actually this material here that's weathered out of the rock as some kind of mineralized filling. And so we made some thin sections of these. Here's a vertical thin section of one of these structures. And there you can see the laminations. They're not very clearly defined, but they are there, and they give you a reasonable interpretation that these are stromatolites. So here, and then also here. And the next picture is an enlargement of that little bit just there, where you seem not to be able to see very much at all. All you see really is mudstone, carbonate mudstone, this brown material, then lots and lots of broken shells of small animals, ostracods probably, most of these. So you have this idea that you've got an agglutinated stromatolite which has captured a load of shell debris. It's trapped the shell debris and basically stuck it down onto the seabed. Here's another case from the same rocks, and again you can see it's very vague lamination here, and there's an enlargement of that area there. And you can see the lamination is not very clear, but the boundary between the top of the structure here and the normal sediment on top is very obvious. There's a sharp boundary. So again, this gives us the clue that this is some kind of constructed material held together by this sticky microbial material. Of course, we have to be careful to remember that you can't see this sticky microbial material. You are inferring it is there because of the sedimentary structure that you can see. Okay, so this is a model on the left-hand side of these structures. The material that we studied contains good evidence of stromatolite, I think, but it may not necessarily apply to all of the Parquet Formation. And actually what is needed is more study of these to go into more detail of more material to really understand them. But one important point, this is from Wong Winich's study in 2017, which demonstrated that these form in quite deep waters, deep ramp setting. Okay, number 6. I'm watching time because time's passing, so we'll be finishing soon. So this is a different case study of something from the lower Carboniferous in South Wales in the UK. And this is a vertical cut polished block which shows carbonate. It's all limestone, it's all carbonate, all this. So these are, there's a ripple here, ripples there. This is a ripple limestone, so this is a very shallow water. This is almost like intertidal conditions of sediment that's been transported in really shallow water and deposited, forming a ripple limestone, and then the stromatolite has grown on top of that. So this is a stromatolite here. Now what's interesting is when you look inside this stromatolite, because this picture looks very similar to the other stromatolites that we've been seeing earlier in this presentation, but if you make thin sections of it, it looks like this, and it has this beautiful layering, quite variable, quite complicated layering in it, and lots of empty space. It looks like empty space. It's actually filled with calcite. You get close on it, really close, and you can see here is the dark stuff is the stromatolitic sediment material, and then the white stuff is the calcium carbonate cement that's filling in spaces within the structure. If you look very closely, you can see that the structure is actually made up of these rather intricate dark calcium carbonate growths. And these are filaments. They are calcified filaments, and they are very similar to a modern day microbe, thing called Formidium, a cyanobacterium. So what you're looking at here is a precipitated structure. This is calcium carbonate precipitation on the form of a filamentous microbe. So this is different from the agglutinated ones that we were looking at earlier. This is a precipitated stromatolite. And here's a very detailed close-up which shows you some filaments here, and then there's the cement that's filled in the spaces in between them. Another picture showing more filaments here, and then more cement, and also particles, things like peloidal grains, which are trapped in the sediment. So there's filaments which are precipitating, and they're trapping other grains as well on the surface of the stromatolite. You also get other things. There are more peloids here, and there are also even quartz grains. Quartz has come from terrestrial erosion because this is shallow water, not very far away from the land, and so there's transported sand grains have come into the area where the stromatolite was growing, and they got trapped on the surface of the stromatolite as well. So this is a very nice, beautiful, complicated stromatolite. Okay, two more case studies before I finish. The first one is the stromatolites that you see after the end of the Permian extinction. And this is based on a study I was involved in some years ago in Turkey. And you can see here, these are the field pictures of the post-extinction stromatolites. And then here's a polished block there showing these columns of stromatolite and also layers of mats of stromatolite. And the yellow material here is sediment, which is in between the stromatolite columns. And then here is a thin section view showing the layering in the stromatolite. If you go close to it, closer into the thin sections, what you can see is these stromatolite columns have sharp boundaries, which is what we're now beginning to understand as this is really a constructed object. It's not just a sedimentary deposit. It's being built up by action of some process of sticky microbia. And then in detail, you can see the stromatolite with particles captured in it and sediment captured in there, agglutinated by the microbial organisms. In some cases, you get cement. Now you can see here cement growth there. Now these are rather enigmatic because you have a problem. You don't know whether these cement crystals were created by inorganic processes on the seabed or whether they were somehow related to the microbial structures. So there is this possibility they could be microbially mediated. This is a big problem in the study of microbialites, of deciding whether something is simply a purely inorganic precipitate of calcite crystals or whether it's been somehow influenced by the actions of the organisms. And that continues to be an area of debate. This area has been going for many, many years, and it's still there is no proof of which controlling processes are operating here. Here's an environmental model of this particular site, and you can see there for shallow water stromatolites with ooid shoal next to them, and then it goes into deeper water where there are different kinds of microbialites in the deeper conditions here. Okay, the final case study. This is in the Middle Permian in Thailand, and I don't think I wrote the word Permian on there. Sorry, it's somewhere else in the beginning of the presentation. Middle Permian, anyway. This is a beautiful location in the Loei Belt in northern Thailand, and here you can see it's actually a protected site here. So all this information has come from loose material, and you can see the stromatolite actually occurs in the area between the trees there, and this is the sediment below the stromatolite. This is Permian marine limestone full of sponges. That's what these things are here. These are sphinctozoan sponges in large numbers which were growing on the seabed, and then the water shallowed became shallower, and then the stromatolite grew. And here's this beautiful stromatolite. And when you look at closely, you can see it's got these cavities in it, which have geopetal sediment, and the indication here is there's some kind of growth cavity in there. Also, the base of the stromatolite was growing on a very irregular base. And I've studied these kind of irregular bases for many years on fossil stromatoporoids from the Palaeozoic. And one thing that's emerged from this is this idea of seafloor lithification at an early stage, maybe actually on the seabed. And that's what could be showing here. This irregular base could be the lithification of the seafloor directly, and then the stromatolite grew on top of that. So these stromatolites can tell you a little bit more, not just about the stromatolite itself, but also more about the general environment. You can start making interpretations about the nature of the lithification of the seabed when they were growing. And this comes from very careful study of the thin sections and the field and hand specimen views. Here's another picture of the same thing, and you can see there, here's a stromatolite, and there is the very irregular base. Oh, by the way, it's got these lines running through it. These are tectonic fractures. So they're caused by the fact that these rocks have been folded. It's the Lowy fold belt. And so the rocks are micro-fractured. So that these lines here are not related to the growth of the stromatolite. They've come later. They're tectonic. Here's a top view of one of these stromatolite domes showing the layering and the sediment that's trapped amongst the layering of the stromatolite. And here's another picture showing an area of the stromatolite which is made of thin layers of stromatolite. That's here, that's all that stromatolite there, and over here as well. So basically this is an area of the deposit that hasn't grown into domes. It's been growing as layers, and then the sediment has covered them, and it's grown again, and the sediment's covered that and grown again. So here this is showing you how sedimentation is occurring on top of the stromatolite mats as they're growing and interrupting them and preventing them from becoming domes in this particular part of the outcrop. And here is a specimen which has been cut and polished. It's dark color because this is the clean rock. So all the previous pictures you're looking at a slightly weathered surface, whereas this here is the actual very well preserved rock inside. So it's really a dark rock when you look at it inside. And you can see the stromatolite layering. You can see a sediment cavity, sediment filled cavity here, and then you can also see all these lines here which are the tectonic fractures which are much later in the history of the rock. And you can see this very nice irregular base as well. So it's a rather good looking stromatolite. In thin section, what you see is this. Here is a thin section. There's a piece of the stromatolite there, and there's a sponge, and there's a brachiopod, and a lithistid. So this is an inozoan sponge. This is a lithistid sponge here. And there are also bryozoans and crinoids in this rock. So what you're looking at here is a fully marine biota in the same material as the stromatolite, which is kind of interesting because what's missing are the sorts of fabrics that you would normally get if there was any kind of exposure, things like fenestral fabrics, which occur in stromatolites which have been exposed above the sea level. And so here's more close pictures of the stromatolite layering. Here's a very detailed one there. So this is the layering of the stromatolite, and this is an agglutinated stromatolite. Again, lacking the evidence of exposure. So it looks like this particular one has grown in a shallow period, but it's really stayed marine. It hasn't gone into the freshwater situation. There's two more pictures showing the stromatolite layering under the microscope. So, as I said a minute ago, here you have the stromatolite. It occurs between two marine limestone layers, and the best way of interpreting this is a sea level fall from here to here, stays marine. It doesn't go into the non-marine environment, not quite, but maybe really close to sea level. And then it goes back into normal marine environment here as the sea level rises again. So it's a sea level rise and then a fall again is the way that this could be interpreted. Okay, so this is my last slide. This is just to conclude the points. So stromatolites occurs a wide variety of structures, and you can get agglutinated types, you can get precipitated types, you can get ones which are made of cement, and then you can get ones which are made of mixtures, and they're called hybrids. They occur in a range of environments. They mostly indicate very shallow waters, but they can occur in deeper settings as well. And when you look at them in great detail, they provide valuable microfacets information to understand the ancient paleoenvironments. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. We're finished. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much for your contribution to HCP student rate.
Okay, great. I hope it's useful.
Yes, yes. Oh, you are really great. And I have a simple question about the structure. Look like also called stromatolite in Paka Formation in southern Thailand. So far, how do you think this is the real stromatolite or some kind of structure?
Well, I think the ones that I studied with Anisong a few years ago, I'm quite sure that those are microbial because of the layering in them and also the sharp boundaries between the columns that you can see in those pictures on the microscope. However, that study was limited. We had only time to look at a relatively small amount of material. And I remember last year when you and I were together in the field looking at the Parquet Formation in some other locations, we had a lot of trouble understanding whether they could be stromatolites or not. And I think what should be done really is a more comprehensive study of those deposits in places where they are accessible, and then really look at a lot more material in a lot more detail to try to find whether or not there are different kinds of fabrics in there. Because I think the study with Anisong, I'm very pleased with it. I think we got a lot of very good information out of that, but it was limited, and it has the potential to be developed into a much bigger study, and then we'd find out whether or not the Parquet Formation was really dominantly stromatolitic or dominantly not stromatolitic. And if it was not dominantly stromatolitic, then the question is, what was it? And so there's a whole more paleoenvironmental sedimentological study that can be done on that.
Okay, thank you. I hope during this month, during your visit to Thailand, you have a chance to see more sample and study more detail in Palaeozoic or even lower part in Darwinian or even in the Freudian age, which we find the real stomatolite column in Paris in Malaysia, which I believe we should have in southern Thailand as well. So I will bring you to several sites to see more detail. Thank you.
Okay, that'll be very good. Thank you very much. Okay, look forward to it.
Any question or please?
Thank you, sir.
Hi.
I am Hariwiki from Jambi University. I want to ask about a stromatolite. What is stromatolite as index fossil, sir?
As an index fossil, well, if you go back into the older literature, they have been used in the Precambrian to indicate different ages of the rocks. But this is much older study, and I don't think that it really has much great use. the problem is that stromatolites are not really fossils. They are layered rocks. So they're built up by the actions of organic processes, but the kind of things you want to use as an index fossil would be skeletonized metazoans, you know, things like trilobites and graptolites and those kinds of organisms. But with stromatolites, you don't really know what you're studying because they are effectively made of sediment. So I think generally speaking, to use them as an index fossil is probably not very reliable.
Okay,
So that's basically it. Yeah.
because in the for several sample in Merangin Jambi Unesco Jabal Jeopard, like Mangkarang Formation, several bedding layer, we cannot find but the stromatolite, and then Jurassic Cretaceous Pentameric Formation is limestone, we cannot find stromatolite. But we have observation of some carbonate rock oligomycene in the Java Island of the Wonosari Formation. We found some stromatolite, something like this. I think the stromatolite is fossil index or not.
All right. Yeah. I think it's unlikely, actually. Sorry, could you remind me what age are those again? What age are they? What geological age?
Can you repeat, sir?
Could you tell me what is the geological age of those rocks?
Geological age in the Merangin Jambi Unesco Jabal Jeopard is the early Permian, and then
Early Permian.
yeah, early Permian and Pentameric Jurassic Cretaceous.
All right. Okay.
As well as in
Yeah.
Java Island, the oligomycene.
Okay. All right. Well, if you'd like, if you want to send me some pictures, I could have a look and maybe give you some ideas. You could email me some photographs, and I'll take a look and give you some opinion if you'd like to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you understand me? Yeah. So sure. If you'd like to do that, you'd send me some photographs, then I'll try to make some opinions.
Okay. So I think just enough for information. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, Steve, I will contact you later after we got the good picture. Okay, just that we found the oncoids in the Mepilang formation in the early Permian. In Mepilang formation is part of the Jambi Flora interval. The Jambi Flora interval, it has a limestone succession. It's just only a few meters thick, and it has an oncolite as well. So it's part of the ankle activity. And but it has no stromatolites in this section. However, he got a Jurassic and Cretaceous interval, the limestone there around that area. It got a stromatolite. So he will take a picture to you later for your suggestion. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see those.
Okay, thank you very much for this time. We will contact you later. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you. Hope you have a good rest of the conference. So now I will go and have my breakfast.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay. Next, I will give you a brief introduction to YEAR-5 rate. That's about 3 or 5 minutes. Before I continue the talk that I left this morning. Okay. I need to finish that. My slide is. Yeah. Then we will close online. Have only on site.
The Honorable Ladies and Gentlemen, for our next session, it will be held by Dr. Mongkal Utkakon. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop that was led by me as a Master of Ceremonies today. I apologize for any shortcomings in my delivery throughout the event. I'm Anastasia, and it's been my honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies today's event until we meet again in our next remarkable event. Thank you.